I'm here today.
But things are just.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Said to Jimmy, you know, I'm gonna wrestle, he said, you're not wrestling, but if girls ever, you know, they have just girls, then you can wrestle.
Yeah,
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 Yeah, yeah, we didn't wash away.
Good.
Came down pretty hard real quick, but then, it's kinda, it was like 10 minutes, of really hard rain. We got hard, I mean, we had streets had water running in it and everything, and then that was it, and then we just got wet, living out.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Somebody,
I worked after yesterday.
well,
We just got it, yeah, and I mean,
Underberg lives right outside of town, and he didn't get a drop rate,
really.
so however whatever path it cut up, and he's only what, 2 miles out of town.
I'll go minutes for
He
you.
was impressed.
All right, it's 9 o'clock. Should we go ahead and get the
Yep.
meeting started?
I will.
Looks like the first thing on the agenda is to approve the agenda.
I'll make a move.
I approve the agenda.
Okay, second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. All right, motion passes. Minutes of the previous meeting were sent out. I assume everybody got those.
Mhm.
Yep. Anybody have any discussion or changes on those?
Motion to approve the minutes were sent out.
I'll second that.
All right, so we move to second to approve the minutes. Any further discussion? Seeing none. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. All right, get started on the oral hearings. First one looks like it's Anderson's, Paul and Miriam. Is that, are they saying they removed the building? You know?
Honestly, I don't really know. Cause I really haven't looked at that. It has something to do with ag buildings,
Okay.
so let's see.
Do we need to bring in chairs for them to sit,
Oh,
or are they gonna sit on the bench?
yeah. Oh. Well, we got chairs out there.
Chairs there.
There's chairs out in the hall we can bring in, and there's one there.
Like, yeah,
What? I forgot all about, it. Thank you. I can. Right.
Well, the Andersons are coming in.
So, did you say it is a removable building or?
Let's look.
Well, it says buildings removed from previous assessment, but it looks like they're being overassessed.
If you look at the little.
What position number are they?
7.
It's all about a machine, but that's. the thing. I'm gonna mention it, copy.
If it is a removal, does that mean you need to go back out and reassess the property then?
I don't know that it is a removal.
Well, I'm just asking the question. I'm not saying that it
Oh.
was, I'm just saying if that was the case, would you have to then go back out and?
No, they said it was, that they removed the building and we missed it, we'll remove it.
Paul and Marion are here. Do you want them to wait a little bit?
Yeah, 9:15.
Come in or wait?
Either one.
I think they can come in.
So you want it. No, it was not even. We had to switch computers. Mine died.
Hey, guys, you can have a seat right there in front if you want. We'll just start with swearing you in quick, so you guys promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yep.
All right,
Yes.
So why don't you tell us, why you're here today, or what your thoughts are?
Paul and Marion Anderson here. We have a farmstead northwest of Harding there and I'm we are
I lost my connection to.
protesting the improvement part of our farmstead buildings. Not the house this time, but the buildings. Well, a year ago, May, we had a tornado go through and it took out two buildings. One was a Morton machine shed and the other was a storage building. The Morton machine shed was probably the second highest value item on the property. There's another machine shed, but anyway, so we removed those two buildings, but well, the tornado did.
And damaged a tool shed and another, the bins.
Yes, the one bin is, it's got structural damage, it buckled the top ring and stuff. The other building is I think it's listed as a granary, which I use for storage and stuff, and it pushed in the wall. So it's damaged also, structural damage. So we got the property assessment for January 1st fair. We were surprised that it only went down $1,000 because we thought that, you know, with especially the Morton machine shed, that was the second highest value item that we have on that property was removed, that it should have been more than that. So in investigating, we found out that the assessor actually took $2,400 off for the two buildings, but then she raised the value of the remaining buildings. So it, instead of $2,400 being taken off, it is actually only $1,000 because of the increase of the other buildings. But we're saying that the other two buildings, or the other buildings are damaged, structural damage, and that, so.
So the Morton building is not there anymore.
That one
is,
That
it's a
one's-
different one.
Okay, so that one's still there. Are these two little buildings still there?
Yes, except the one building on the right is a portable.
Okay, it's not
temporary,
kids.
so it's not assessed.
Okay, and then which grain bins got damaged?
The first one on the right.
This one here?
Yeah, that one. Yeah, that one got damaged. I got a picture even of the damage.
Well, we compared it with other properties, two properties in the area, and theirs is less
Yeah,
value than what ours is.
The Morton buildings or the grain bin?
Well,
The whole property.
yeah, the
is.
two properties I compared to both have built, grain bins and, machine
In
sheds.
machine sheds, and theirs are less.
Yeah. Yeah, the one is. I don't know if you knew where Bruce Shapul was, his home farm was. That he's got two bins, yeah. This is the one that we're comparing to. And that's got the improvement is assessed at $10,720. It's basically got a, like it's a machine shed, it's pretty much similar. It only has two bins instead of the third. Our third bin is just a storage 4,000 bushel bean bin.
We don't use them
We don't use
now
them
anyway,
anymore,
because
but,
we're retired.
yeah, that's why I'm not fixing up these sheds and stuff. We don't live there. We're not,
Is anybody living there?
my stepson.
It's okay, all right.
And the second one I compared to, I don't know, if you know where Richard Brock was, the Marv Meyer farm. There's two machine sheds and two bins, and one's a large bin, larger than ours, and that's valued at $14,000.
So Linda, can you explain to us on those, what you took off for buildings that were damaged or?
Pictures of the buildings that were damaged.
This is the grain bin. You can see that, the roof and then it buckled the.
Top right there.
And this is the greenery. It's kind of hard to see, but it's bowed in
Side of the
the
building.
side of the building.
Oh, I see that.
So they're,
So that's the one that's on skids or that's?
no,
not?
that's not the one.
Okay, so it's this one in the middle bottom?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
As we remove. Machine shed and hen house. Got hit by a tornado
Okay, so
for
the,
2025.
But the hen house is movable, right?
No.
No, it was
No.
a storage, we used it for storage.
so what was the total dollars you took off?
2680. But then we also had a revaluation of the eggs.
Yeah,
So, and the ag factor changed.
So that Morton building was only worth a couple $1,000?
Whatever we, yeah. Yeah,
And how much is the value on the one that's still there today?
you have electricity to that one.
Yes.
the 48 by 75, is that the building we're
Yeah.
talking about? 5,570.
Okay. And you didn't take the one grain bin off?
We didn't.
Okay.
What, is there one gone?
No, it's
It was
damaged.
damaged.
Oh, okay. Which one is that then? The dryer bin?
The middle bin.
The 30 by.
How many-
17.
How many bushel? Is that how you got it stated?
I got,
You know the diameter, is it 36?
I got 30 by 20 in that. Picture there. In the middle, is that the
Yeah,
one?
that's the one.
30 by 7.
Okay. That's this one. We do have the condition on that one normal, so we didn't change anything on that.
And it's not usable as it is right now.
Well, it's usable, but if you would ever want to put a stirrator or something in, you wouldn't be able to because of the. It's in,
Damage.
yeah, it's
Pushed in.
contained it, so,
But you probably won't fill it all the way up if you're gonna use it, know one thing.
yeah.
It's not.
It's usable, but it's not. They said the insurance came and said that.
Yeah, that's the
It
worst
cost
part.
5,000 to fix it.
Okay. So, yeah, it's,
So let's see, that was. 30 by 20. So what do you guys, you want me to,
Well, you definitely gotta change it from normal to.
below normal puts it at 3,400, which is a. $680 reduction for that.
what about the shed? Must be the 20 by 24. Greenery.
Yes, greenery, yep.
I'm gonna put that back until we make final decision. Greenery,
Yeah,
24 or 48. Is that the one we're talking about?
no,
It's 20.
I got a 20 by 24, that's the one,
yeah,
and that one was damaged also.
Yeah,
Below normal puts that at $840. Which is a reduction of $170.
then is that little chicken portable, is that taxed?
It should be.
It's a building, it's a fixed building, right?
No, it says it's portable.
It's on skids. You can have it.
Nope.
That doesn't have any tax on it.
No.
Okay, all right. Okay,
So what's your desire? Or- I put everything back the way it was
yeah,
until you tell me.
Well, I'm just like, comparing it to this, school. Yeah, that one was 10,000 and here, this is right now valued is at 17,000. So there's quite a bit of
you're on
difference.
your Morton building,
What?
on that Morton building,
Our property is 17 on all of those compared to the other property at Scanner.
Yeah,
That's including their house though and everything.
no,
The house is separate.
in fact, there's no house on,
The outbuildings are,
interesting, you're saying that red and white Morton building, the 3 bins and the 2 sheds are 17,000, think it should be less?
yes. Compared to other property. It isn't like, if you went out and built those, it'd be a lot more, but I'm using it as
there's the
comparison.
one shed. This was taken in 2024.
Mhm.
And they are getting the ag rate on all the outbuildings, right?
Absolutely. Well, here's 2 grain bins. Here's another one.
So basically, it's
Yeah, that's what we see, yeah.
so there are 2 things I'm trying to say is that, one, the conditions are not normal, and 2, compared to other similar properties that actually
Within a
2
few
miles
miles of us.
is considerably less for very similar, ground.
Well, let me do, I'll put the below normal on your drying bin. And was it this steel utility building?
Very good, using the ground, but
No. Haven't for 15 years.
Was that the one, JD, the steel utility building with that damage too, you said,
Yes.
48 by 75,
The
No,
Morton
no.
building, no, it
Oh,
was,
okay.
That
it
is
was,
not-
it was the granary,
the 30 by, okay.
the 24 by 20.
Drain,
Yeah,
that's below normal.
What's the big 30 by 20?
Okay.
So if you pull up,
Or below normal on that. So that brings it to 16,220 when I change those 2 buildings to below normal. Doesn't change it a whole lot.
no, this is probably the least amount of assessment that you're gonna deal with, because it isn't that, I know this isn't gonna affect our taxes. I mean, probably $30. I mean, but I'm said that, when you lost, this Morton building was the second most valuable building on our property.
It
And
didn't take that much off.
it didn't end up that much, especially when you increase the value of what was remaining. And 2 of the buildings are damaged
yeah,
and, so.
but just so you guys know, I mean, everybody got an increase last year on their ag stuff.
Well, we understand that. I think the biggest thing is that the properties that are just a few miles from us are a lot less.
Okay.
I did another notch down on condition. And that puts the total at 15,370. Does that sound better to you guys? Paul and Marion, does that sound better?
Well, I would think, the beans, the one that's here that, it's the Jeff Barber Myers, which has got 2 grain bins, one is a lot larger, drying bin. It's got 2 steel machine sheds. One actually, I think was an airport, or was an airplane in it at one time, and that's, valued at 14,500.
And that's what, 2 miles from us.
Yeah, 2 miles from us there.
And then Bruce Pool has one.
That's got 2 bins, 1 drying bin, machine, a Morton type machine shed. I don't know if it's a Morton or not, but it's very similar, and that's valued at 10,400.
And you're saying they got two steel buildings, you got one, right?
Right.
Yes.
We'd have to go through them all and
See if they
compare
got boards.
ages, conditions.
Yeah, but if you compare then there's two of them, and he's got one.
Yeah, is yours insulated and lined,
No,
concrete floor?
No,
So I can understand what they're talking about here.
Yeah. What's the condition of the bigger Morton building?
well,
it's in
it's in pretty good condition. It should
the
be,
dirt floor, and how old?
it's
89.
89, yes.
Do you have that all reflected as dirt floor and everything?
Yeah, it's got a dirt floor. It's got, the downspout got blown off, but I mean, that's just
It's, yeah,
minor.
We don't have a floor. We have electricity added,
Yeah, there is electricity.
we have a deduction for no floor. You know, the dirt,
And what's the condition on it?
normal,
Yeah,
Yeah, I'd call it normal.
that's that. And built 1989.
mhm.
That was when the
Other tornado.
other tornado went through.
All right.
You guys have any other questions, Juan?
I don't.
All right, well, thank you very much for coming in and seeing us. You will get your answer in the mail. Is that correct? And by the end. When did that come in?
It'll be after next week.
Good, okay, yes. Thank you for your time and,
Thanks for coming in. We probably need to pull up like Mark Myers and see her.
Comparables.
Barb Myers.
No, it's
Jeff Myers.
Yeah, yeah.
Jeff,
Yeah,
and just see.
Well, I was okay with
well, they were built differently, I mean,
I was okay with
Jeff Myers is older buildings.
with the one that she put down.
Okay.
Yeah,
We don't know.
we can do that if you want. You make it work.
Which one?
The last one you did.
Last one?
The 15,000. But you were talking about comparing them a
If
little bit.
they're not
more.
using them, if they're not usable or not using them, then. Unless it's, you know, but I mean, that's not gonna knock it down to what they said they want, but I mean. So unless you guys wanna compare it, then just, which is fine with me too.
How hard is it to compare it for Jeff's?
You're gonna have to do it on paper because
Yeah.
it won't do it. You know,
Right now, we got-
I mean, you'll have
But
to take,
just.
take the sheets
if-
that they give
We've
you.
got a few minutes. What do you need to go to Jeff's to tell us if that building's got a concrete floor and stuff on it? Do you need the CID number or MLS number?
You want, I need a parcel number if we have it.
I've got a hole through it. Looks like I don't know what the first part is, but it's 28-100.
It's 04 28 100 009.
They're showing.
Carlson's are here
Right?
too, whenever we're ready for them.
They got that. So there's. Two buildings. Close.
The 36 by 62 building. That's the one you wanna know?
How did the one?
It's the one with the red and white stripes.
Alright,
See, that one's gone, right?
No, this is a
No.
different property.
That's what they're
I'd say
comparing.
it's the 48 by 62. Maybe, I don't know.
The red and white one was the airplane hangar, right?
Yeah.
They're just older buildings.
Mhm.
Yeah, okay.
The
They're-
one is
They're 20-some year older buildings.
1957. was when it was built. We have absolutely nothing,
No electric, but they have electricity,
no,
so they don't have electricity to that, and
we don't have it added, no.
And they're 25 years old.
Well, that doesn't.
so there's a difference right there, so I'm okay with that.
The other building is 1965. So it's older.
I'll make a motion that we need to,
Comparison then.
I'll make a motion that we need to, lower it to the below normal status, which comes out to the 15,370.
No, it wasn't it one?
That was
Below.
another one down.
Right.
Fair. We went from below normal to fair for the 15,000. Is that what you
That's
want?
fine, yep,
Yep, let's do
the
that.
fair.
All right, motion's been made. Is there a second?
A second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I'm gonna
Motion
do
carries.
that so it doesn't get,
15.
370 is.
370.
forgot which ones they were.
Hey, guys, take a seat there. Thanks for taking time off to come in.
Thank you for taking the time.
First thing we'll do is we're swearing in, so you guys, I'm still approved, nothing but truth.
Yes.
All right. Well, we are on petition number 5. You guys can tell us what you got going on.
So our assessment here, the bank, well, we built a new house on our acreage.
Our
And
house.
House on January 1 is when we started doing drywall. And when we got our assessment, it was 801,430. But then if you could look at the bank's got it at 560 with the land assessment. And then also, I'm not agriculture on here. And so I guess those are our concerns.
Do you farm off that property?
I have livestock on that property
They farm the ground around it.
and then farm dam, yeah, the ground around it. And then I pay property taxes on the lawn barn down there.
Is that all barn and use?
Yes,
Big time.
yeah, yeah.
Carlson Showcase.
They don't sit empty, that's for sure.
And our loan alone was only 504,000 and our assessment is 801.
430.
So you have an appraisal from your bank?
Yeah.
Saying that was
Yeah.
500,000. When did you guys go out and walk through it?
No, they wouldn't let us through.
They asked us to, but at that time we were drywalling.
Right.
We like, what are you gonna look at with drywall? And we've been told,
And then we turned the blueprints in and all that, so.
And it was all figured off the blueprint.
Okay, so we're supposed to assess it at, was it January 1st? What the condition was January 1st?
And we need to see what's incomplete and what's complete.
Yeah.
I mean, our definition of not complete on items is probably different than theirs.
So as of January 1st, what did you guys have done?
we were just doing drywall.
Just drywall. So you had plumbing roughed in and.
Plumbing is rough in, electrical, yeah, I mean, it's
And
pretty.
we're still not moved in.
We're still not in.
Middle of the month or middle of the year.
Do you have geothermal with that, please?
No,
And it's very basic. I mean, we don't have backsplashes, we don't have brick on our front. It's very,
It's on slab, right?
yep, slab on grade. It's 4 corners. I mean, we built the house for
Corners,
agriculture.
you can go and then the one bay's got a 15-foot garage door in it to be able to pull trailers and, you know, if you have to pull a tractor in or something to work on it, you can get it in there.
Is
Do you
it
have the
snake
paperwork
proof?
from the bank stating that, what they assessed on?
Yep, so I have the appraisal.
And these are, I think there's comparables in there too.
And then I have our bank closing documentation of our loan amount and everything. And I have all of our paperwork for everything we paid for so far.
We would like a copy of your appraisal.
Okay.
Okay.
How many living square feet? I can't see it there, but you know.
It's on that blueprint, I think on that, yeah. And we had called before we started building to get a guesstimate of the property taxes, cause we've been afraid of that, and they told us to take the loan amount times like the point, I think it was 0.4 or something like that.
So that's what we did, and if it's 801,000, how are 30-year-olds supposed to afford to stay in Humboldt County at this point?
Okay, and you said it's not on ag?
Yeah, it's not,
We're scheduled enough, but this is not appraised at
And
ag.
This is, the breakdown of,
and they're all
the
like
blue
different.
is
Yeah.
where the house was built.
Yep,
And we've never been agriculture this whole time, I don't think, having.
I don't know, I've never really paid attention to it, cause like I said, the
See,
800 threw off the page at me, so.
I think the hog buildings are on this parcel, right?
Well, it's split up
That's
into a bunch
ag.
of different parcels,
We,
And this one,
we
and
play,
the one I pay on's that black roofed one there.
and we currently now pay on both of them.
Yeah, it's all now under,
So how's that work? Does it go to ag once they move out of their other house, or did it?
well, this one here does not have any, hog buildings or anything on it.
So you're saying they just have to put those in their name?
well, I called and asked
No.
about the parcels and why it's that way, and then she said it was gonna be more for the ground if it's all one part. Remember I called? and
Yeah,
said, "Is it gonna be
I
more or
don't
less, or how's it
remember.
work?"
I know I figured it
Yeah, I
out
think it was
for you,
more.
but, like this parcel is agricultural because of the hog building. And I think this is one too, isn't it?
Them are all hog buildings, they got hogs in every one of them.
So those are ag. This is not, this is the land around it.
And we were told that it's not ag because we're a hobby.
Yeah, I was called a hobby that day on the phone when I called and asked about it.
I never
You have
told
horses on there?
you were a hobby.
Horses?
Just hogs.
No. That we farrow raised from.
I farrow twice a year, I sell
How many hogs?
probably 300 little pigs a year,
But it's
Texas,
not just
Oklahoma,
regular.
Georgia.
It's not just regular hogs, they're.
Oh.
We probably have 50.
I mean,
They're show pigs.
they're going to Texas, Oklahoma, Georgia, Louisville, California. They go all over the country, so.
So it's a regular,
So if we change this to ag,
regular.
It's legit, yeah.
whatever they decide to do,
Mm-hmm.
the only thing that's gonna change is the land value.
Right.
The house stays. I mean, it doesn't get affected by ag.
Our tax guy said that it should be ag because there needs to be a house on the,
Fair livestock there, since it's a farrowing operation. You know, you kinda gotta live where they are. If I didn't have those pigs, I wouldn't have built a house there.
But it would be
Well,
like,
that's
it would be like an ag homestead, right?
It would be an ag dwelling, which
Right.
doesn't change the value.
Yeah,
The value stays the same.
right. So like my house where I live
Yeah.
is an ag dwelling,
Dwellings.
Yeah.
but I think the value is really what you guys are, I mean, other than we can get.
because I think our value went up on the land by, I don't remember what it was last year, but it's been CRP ground. There's no,
There's no like nutritional value there in that soil sitting there, cause it's been CRP ground since I was.
Yeah.
Probably 8.
Do you have a copy of your appraisal, or did you give it? to somebody?
Yeah.
You got it, okay, all right, so we got the blueprints.
Yeah, we,
Appraisal.
Brennan,
and then
make
there's
a
our
copy
loan
of
stuff.
that.
Can we keep, is this a copy?
Yeah, you can keep it.
This, okay.
Why don't you give it to me, JD, and I'll have them make a copy. I want one too.
All right.
What do you expect them to be moving into that?
We're open into the month, but that doesn't, depends on the cabinet guy, I guess. Depends on how fast he can move in the next couple of weeks.
As far as construction wise, I mean, it's not like granite countertops and,
We
marble.
have-
I guess
we
we
have-
have,
We have no backsplashes. We have no stone on our fireplace, no stone on the front of the house. We have
just drywall.
basic carpet, basic LVP. We do have one tile shower, the rest are tub showers.
But we have to keep on remembering that we have to go on January 1st.
Yeah, so January 1.
Yeah. And I have
Drywall.
pictures to show
But-
that.
But we don't want them coming in next year with it.
Yeah.
Right,
exactly.
right.
That's what that's what
Exactly.
I'm afraid of, is
And-
all of a sudden they,
We have no trees on that land. We have no
yeah,
landscape.
my windbreaks.
We have no grass,
Yeah, I mean, I gotta.
no driveway. It's all rock. It's very basic.
Yeah,
There's not.
The approach to the garage is just rock, there's no cement.
Right. They do. She's gonna only add that in green program.
Yeah, so they're still gonna come in on the regular driveway.
Yeah, we'll keep that same driveway, so just shoot, you can see it's kind of packed down there, just shoot straight off. Right by that 445, it comes right in by the other side of the 5, and just comes in, and then the house sits about where that mouse is, or back just a little bit further.
In between the tree, is that tree?
Yep,
Yeah, there's
ash tree.
right behind that, so behind that in trees on that.
Oh, they're
grade.
dead, huh?
Yep.
Yeah, never, everything there, the evergreens are dying, everything's dying there.
That's where my car died this winter.
Did it? My
It's
dad
that
helped you
year,
then,
yep.
yep, cause dad, remember
The
dad,
coldest day of the year.
cause I think we were gone.
I
And
got a
so I had my
flat
dad
tire.
come check on who was there, and it was you, so he said they're always.
And I said,
We're
oh
gonna-
my gosh.
It's all like
That's actually how we knew you were there.
He said, thank your dad for you.
I will,
No,
yeah, for sure.
It's nice of you.
They do that with the living trees.
Yeah. All right, you guys have anybody else have any questions on the board?
I don't.
You guys?
Is there any add-ons besides what you got going on that you will finish this year?
We
No.
have no even back porch, there on the,
On this, there's a back like patio deal, but we
Yeah.
ended up not, we ended up not doing it.
no concrete.
We didn't do any, there's no, the approach to the garage is just rock, they're not gonna pour slab or anything there for some time, I mean, we'll eventually, but not for a while. And then,
There's no back patio.
there's no back patio.
And then eventually you'll tear that other house down, right?
Yep.
We have
or
a few
move it.
people interested to
Consider
move it
wanting
off,
to,
yeah.
Yeah, so eventually I wanna leave that, both those garages will stay, that one by the 275, I plan on moving it down by that long Fairground house, just to kind of keep skid loaders and stuff in, if I don't keep it in the house, you know, when you're cleaning hog pens, you don't really
Yeah.
want that in your main garage, but
Mhm.
as of now, it'll go into the new house. And stuff like that, so. So January 1st, what percentage would you put your house at being? I'd say like 45, I mean, I don't know, like.
I've been told that once you hit the like, once you're done with drywall, you're at like your 50%, and we were
They were
drywall
starting
at
to
that
hang
time.
it on January 1, cause I didn't get ceiling insulated until after. The first, so they were just starting to hang it January 1st. Yeah, cause I didn't have the ceiling on, cause I didn't have the
I think
insulation
there's
going in.
some, I think there were some, they were pretty fast.
Yeah, they did it on like,
A few days.
yeah, like 7 days and
Yeah.
out of there.
They were really fast. Israel Garcia, had a crew come from Des Moines, do it, and then he mudded and taped all of
He
it.
lives in Humboldt, doesn't he?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's-
I've heard that name a lot.
Yeah, he's really good. Yeah.
But yeah,
All right, anything else?
I think so.
All right, well, we appreciate you guys coming in.
I appreciate you taking the time.
We'll get this figured out and get back to you.
All
If you
right.
need, anything with the loan, the show.
No, I
like,
made my move.
Linda, do you need anything? with the loan?
That it's only $504,000.
Oh,
Okay.
Thank you very much.
What will you have it insured for?
Well, right now, we're still under.
We're still on the builder risk insurance, yeah,
Wait until everything's done and then we'll switch it over.
State Farm, yeah.
All right,
What would you think you insert that for then?
Whatever the guy recommends, I guess, the insurance guy, see what he says and
He's gonna come out to your property.
Yeah,
eventually, yeah. He'll probably work off your appraisal. That's kind of what I figured too.
all right, thanks, guys.
thank you.
Appreciate it, guys and ladies. Thank you.
Have a good one.
You too.
Lacy Hiders come in.
I did not, I don't. That's one. It hasn't been. I don't know.
You bet.
Where do I go? It's fine.
Thanks for coming in.
Well, thanks for having me.
Yeah, first thing we do is we'll swear in, so, do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right. So you are petition number 28. So
I
yeah.
start or you start, I don't.
No, go ahead. The only thing I'll ask you about, we can get it out of the way right away, is on the geothermal exemption. You've never been assessed for having geothermal. So you've never been like charged extra value for having geothermal, so they didn't do apparently you didn't fill out the exemption.
Well,
And you
that
never
was
got
on
it
my
back.
list of questions.
Yeah, so I mean, it looks
So
like,
I apparently needed to apply for that,
Yeah.
well, you do, so we're gonna have to add it
cause
to the
there's some
assessment.
kind of a, when I poke around on the site, it does say that I have geothermal listed, you know, amongst all the features or whatever.
Is that right?
No, I have to look.
Anyway, we can look into that. Go ahead.
Yeah, it looks like that page, so. It says geothermal somewhere on there. From what I
We
remember
might,
anyway.
I can't remember if you had it or not. You do have it though, huh?
Yes,
We probably have it on there then.
yeah, it was pretty.
Gas.
This is saying, yeah.
It's not on there.
She said it was not on there.
We can sort that part out if you wanna tell us about the rest of it,
Well,
or unless that was the only thing.
no,
Oh, we have heating as gas, no geothermal. So you need, if you have the geothermal, then you will need to change that to geothermal and fill out your,
Come into the assessor's
Yeah.
office, and fill out their form. And
For
then
the-
for your,
for the
then you'll get a
exemption.
tax credit off of your geothermal that you put in.
But it's gonna be kind of a wash because they're gonna increase your value for having geo.
well, that was found probably 2 years ago. We went back and forth with this, cause,
Well,
okay,
either way, they haven't charged you for it right yet.
right,
okay,
and you haven't given us an exemption filled out either.
I didn't know I was supposed to do that.
Well, now you know.
Surprise. Well, my biggest question was, obviously, several weeks ago, I knew assessments were going up, you know, everyone received a letter. When I opened mine, I was surprised how much it went up, but I just assumed, well, the whole town must have went up that much. But when I started poking around, and this is just an image I made of all the properties, I don't know if you guys have passed that around or not. I just put what the previous valuation was, what the 2025 assessment was, and then what the difference is. Mine is highlighted on the left side. I have almost a 20% increase, which I thought was a pretty big increase. Of the 73 properties in my area, most of them went up between 1% and 3%. I guess I would like to understand why mine went up almost 20% and most of them went up on the average about 3%.
Well, I think on yours, we had, if I got a note on. Oh, yeah,
Some of these are rulings from last year. I think.
there is a court ruling on it in the past,
On this property?
yes, and, when it was picked up and calculated, it was picked up as a one-story house, which it is not.
On
So-
my house, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, right here, can you see that up on the screen?
Yeah, it said 2-story on your site the
Yeah,
last couple of years.
but it wasn't calculated at 2-story, it was calculated at one.
How did that get missed 2 years ago when we went through lots of time and money to fight each other?
I don't know. So, that's been corrected,
And by definition, isn't that a 1.5 story?
no. No.
What's the difference between a 1.5 story and a 2-story then?
Well, we'd have to, that's another issue we'd have to go over with you. So. In our manual, it's 2-story. And
Is it the
then,
square footage that makes it a one, one? and a half?
no, not necessarily.
So what are those?
What,
Changes.
your second floor, are they,
What makes the difference between the two?
your second?
Well, when
Yeah,
you get the manual, we'll
second
go through it,
story.
I'll tell you.
No,
Okay.
but
Sure, yeah.
I- But yeah, I guess my biggest question is when we went through a whole bunch of trouble nearly 2 years ago, why did we not get it right then? And why,
Well, we were disputing the value
yes,
regardless of how it was priced,
yeah, and then we ended it, we came to an agreement,
right? Yep,
and now it increased nearly 20%.
well, it wasn't just the change in the story height that increased it either.
They didn't make any changes or additions. I mean, you didn't add a second story, so it was the same value as it
Made
was when you
zero
guys.
changes in 2
Since
years.
it was built, yeah.
So it was the same value.
The
when you
grass
guys-
filled in a little, all on its own.
So you guys, what year was it that you came, the agreement was on? Do you remember?
July of 23,
Okay,
when I signed it.
It went from 680 and 22 to 650 and 23, stayed at 650 and 24, then raised to 778 and 25.
Yeah, I just remember what we agreed on in 23. That was
yeah.
fixed for security, I believe.
I haven't done
But
it.
nothing's changed since then, so it should be.
That's,
Off of this one.
yeah, I mean, like I said, we
Right.
went through a lot of expense and trouble to
That's what she did.
come up with
Yeah, but
a
that's in that.
big value.
Very cheap story. We're trying to figure out what definition that is. On the story and have to. But
Yeah, it's really.
Yeah, I don't know if that makes much difference in the value or not. I'm not familiar with the really thick handbook there. I know there's a handbook in existence to guide, you know, these types of things, or I don't know that. Like I said, I'm just trying to understand a 20% increase after going through and agreeing on something.
How close to you were to an actual like court date, trial date or whatever?
I don't know.
Okay, I didn't know if it was like, hey, we got a trial starting tomorrow, let's agree on this.
No, I don't think it was anything like that, but I honestly don't know that.
That change living here. I don't know, I mean. But is your roof asphalt?
Yeah, asphalt shingles.
Yeah, so really,
Like, I don't know if I pointed out, the ones circled in red there's 8 properties that went down in value. Which I don't know the details of that, maybe there was something that happened to arrange that.
but.
That's whose house is.
That's Kevin Warhiders. I believe they've already had a meeting with Linda and that is gonna change.
Okay.
It's just not updated on the website yet, so I don't have information.
So the
No,
one
I
that
see.
went up
Is that-
40%.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
almost 50%, which there was, I don't know the details of
Were
it.
they not finished building when?
No, I believe there was a mistake made.
Okay. Okay.
That was they had a court decision too, if I remember right.
Oh, that's right.
A few years ago.
So,
That's what we looked at last year. And we were doing those houses up in there that.
Yep.
I think they're at 170 a square foot or something.
Yeah,
okay. Yeah, aside from that one, it looks like the highest besides yours is 12.5.
Yeah, I believe those people are going to be also.
We're gonna get you the gal that was there. So she's, explaining this to me also.
So we have a living book.
Not
Yeah.
really, but, okay, when you walk in your house, you have. Like the foyer area and then back is the big open living area with. And story. But it's
there's no living area above like your living room, right? It-
Raised ceiling you're talking?
It's one tall,
Yeah, not a
room.
2-story ceiling, but
Right.
raised, yep.
so where there's two areas over here, like your living area, where your bedrooms are above it, that's considered 2 stories. But there's nothing above it. You have your one room with the tall ceiling, that's just one.
So is this,
So
you think this is right then, that I have
I
this
don't know what-
area?
That there's nothing above it, that's all just,
So that
there's
should
no
be,
living area on the second floor of that, right?
The highlighted area is where the bedrooms are,
So the other part over here,
to the right of her cursor. That is the living room.
that's
with
the one
raised
with,
Ceiling.
that's the only part that has nothing above it.
yeah, high ceiling.
Okay, so that's 1 story.
So this whole area has
Those are all
living
bedrooms?
area above it, or second,
That is the
floor.
bedrooms.
okay,
But they did not add that on since you guys
No,
agreed on it.
we
in
had it.
23,
right,
right?
but we
So,
corrected it.
but that's, to me, that's not right, because nothing changed. You agreed that it was worth $650,000 in 23. They didn't change anything, then you came back and
Well,
added more to it, but
If we have an error, I'm going to correct it, JD.
that's fine. But I'm saying the agreement that
Maybe
you
we should
made,
go through the whole hearing here, because there's other changes that were made also.
that they made.
No, that I made.
Okay, so it was in the court and there was a court decision, or you
On the
agreed on the
value.
decision on the value with nothing changed on construction.
Right,
So how many?
So why didn't
is
we
there
have it
square
right
footage
when we
that
were going
needs
through
to
all the
be
courts?
2-story or
we're
story and a half?
human,
If there's
and it
no
was
living
an
quarter
error was made.
above it, it's.
The county's spending, how much are you guys spending
If
a
Having
year on
bed
lawsuits?
classifies as a 2-story, no matter how big.
And
Well, no,
I
it could.
believe there's a ratio that.
we're just gonna get ourselves back into more lawsuits. I mean,
Didn't have that paperwork.
So there.
all right,
So
There is
you
a
think I
form.
should leave it at the 1.5 then, or 1 or whatever it is?
I think you should make the changes in 23, make it equal to 650,000 or whatever the agreement was, and then go forward from there.
That's what I did. Went forward from there.
So you made the changes in
Is
23?
there living space?
No, we didn't see, didn't know it then.
The only living.
What I'm
space
Didn't realize it
is
then.
in the
What
middle.
I'm saying is, you've gotta go back to
See,
23,
you said this
add the
is
second
IT.
story, all the other
Right,
stuff,
No,
this is
We
second,
agreed
is there a
on
second
a
floor?
figure
based on
Or-
that.
Basement?
on the court
So
system.
the only area, living area above is that.
I don't
Previously.
think that's right.
What about this part? That's all tall ceiling or their bedrooms above there?
Nope, that's just the main level.
Okay, just one story.
And I also lowered the grade this year.
Why-
And applied to
Why did these
economic,
things
for
change? I'm not understanding why they.
It's the
the
state.
whole area up there, like
Okay.
Eagle Ridge and that. I went through every parcel and changed some of the grades
So what's
Did
his
they
grade
go
at
up
now?
or down?
down. His went from a 1 -5 to a 1 -10.
Okay.
We started out, removed everything, obsolescence that brought the value down.
Okay.
And then redid depreciation,
It's all.
made the depreciation year for 2024.
Okay.
Then corrected the 1-story to 2-story in that 1 square footage area. And then I changed the grade from a 1 -5 to a 1 -10. And then I applied an economic for overbuilt and design. And then there was just the basic, increase from the increase of the manual level that everybody got. Because of the sales.
Okay, but I think Ross is, correct me if I'm wrong, Ross, but I think your big problem is when you went through, and most of them are 2-3%, why is yours 20%, right?
Yeah, especially after going through what we went
Right.
through and establishing an agreed upon
Understandable.
value.
Yeah, I understand.
And looking around, I just don't understand how I get a 20% increase after doing that. I mean, you have a 0.9% increase on your house,
I don't even know what mine is. I didn't even look.
0.9%.
I'll have to go back and that. All mine got
I'm
was,
sure it's fair.
I'm
I'm not saying that yours shouldn't be, I'm just asking why,
yeah,
that's a big difference.
Some of it's area where you live and some stuff.
Well, my areas, 73 properties have an average of 3%.
Yeah, I mean, the difference is that they realized that they messed up when they calculated it, which I can't believe that you would want to go through a court case and all the steps that it takes.
Well,
Nobody
JD, we
along the
did.
way that caught.
we did. At
So-
that
so-
point in time, we had to deal with what we had and the value that we had.
I don't think it's fair that we have the citizens paying again for another lawsuit if he wants to fight it.
You do whatever you want to do, whatever you think is right.
Okay, how many bedrooms? You have to,
Four,
and they're all upstairs?
3 are upstairs. Main bedroom is on the main floor.
Full basement, living quarters down there, is there an egress window, is it able to be used as a,
There is a bedroom down there, I forgot about that.
okay, and is
I only
there,
sleep in there when I sick.
is there a window to make it so that it is?
It's an egress window, yeah.
Good.
So that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bedroom.
And the geo, does it move through to the garage? Is your garage floor heated?
Yes. The basement floor is not heated though. It's geothermal forced air,
Oh, it's forced air, so it's not in floor heat.
not in floor heat in the basement.
So if you think it needs to be lowered, then have at it.
We'll get to it. And no extra patio, you've done
No, west. On that sketch, it's what's.
landscaping, nothing.
I haven't got that yet.
Okay.
I guess my big thing is, as long as nothing's changed since 23, when you guys agreed to the price, it's, and it doesn't sound like anything, yeah, so.
Well, you can't expect a value to stay the same forever. Whatever you agree upon in court. I mean, that
I
just
don't,
doesn't
I
work.
fully expected to go up along with everyone
Yeah.
else, right, but
But
that's
not
why I thought, wow, everyone's must have went up a lot. I realized there would be percentage differences, but. You know, when 8 properties go down in value. A couple of those I've talked to, they did nothing to fight it, it just went down.
Yours went up 128,000.
Anybody else have any questions?
No.
Anything else you want to know?
No, that was, yeah, so my 2 questions were. Why the big increase and about the geothermal exemption.
Yeah.
Which. Yeah, I could have swore it said geothermal on the listing of that stuff, but
Maybe the
evidently that
box
got,
and check next to it.
well, I don't know if that got changed when you went through these most recent,
No,
sounds like you've.
well, I
a
don't
lot of
think so, but,
stuff.
Either way, you should definitely come in and get the form, fill it out, because that will change due to that, so
Yep.
you'll wanna offset that.
why don't you do it before you leave today?
Grab that form and.
Mm-hmm,
Okay, so,
Just come to your office.
yeah,
okay, so you're stating that there's only 5 bedrooms, correct?
Yeah,
Okay.
3
It says here, it says you have 6.
I think you go through that sheet then. What else did it say on there that I have?
It says you have 4 above and 2 below.
There's 3 bedrooms upstairs, 1 on the main level.
Yeah, that's what I got written
One in
down,
the
that's what it
basement.
stated. I just wanna make sure that we don't have anything else that we need to correct and put under.
Yeah, I guess I didn't even look at that page
Do
recently.
you have a bedroom above the garage?
No.
Okay. Is there a room period above the garage? Okay.
There's some windows on the front that would make you think that, but there's a
Well,
black
that's-
piece of plywood behind them.
Okay, that's fine. I just wanna make sure that we have all the correct information before I
Yeah.
send you off.
No,
I will say that Carly says basically you're getting the geothermal exemption because we don't have you listed as geothermal, so it's cheaper
Yeah.
anyway, so it's kind of gonna be a wash, yeah.
well, it sounds like that's been going to be corrected, so. I'll
Right,
fill
but I'm
that
just
out.
saying, you said you didn't have it, but we didn't have it
Yeah,
listed either, so.
Yeah, I just, it's there, and I didn't even know it was a thing, so, yeah, they're talking to other people.
All right, appreciate it, thank you.
So you need from me,
Yep,
Yep.
thank you very much.
your time?
And you'll notice when we do the geothermal, it won't even come close to what it costs you to put in. It's based upon what value it adds to your property and then it's removed. So.
Yeah, I don't know how it was missed before,
I don't either.
it was in all of the. Where the people go through and come up with a value and.
Yeah.
All those.
Yeah,
Okay, what do I do next? What, I hear
Well-
from you guys then?
yeah, they'll make a decision and you'll get it in writing. But before you leave, have Carly sign me up for the geothermal, because we'll change
That
that.
we can get it all in there.
Yep,
Okay,
yep.
all right, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Good.
Either one.
Yeah, either one.
All right, it looks like we're looking at petition 18 for you and then petition 19 for Gary.
Yep. Which one do you wanna do first?
We can do yours first,
1944?
yeah, 1944 Arizona.
Yep.
All right, first thing we need to do is swear you in, so do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, go ahead and tell us why you're here.
This place was built in 1963. It's had basically no updates but a siding and roof. It's assessed at 439, almost 440,000. I put up a shop in 2023. Well, it was when it was completed. So you're saying it jumped from 155,000 to 440, you're talking a $280,000 increase. Because of the shop.
Yeah.
And then you have it listed as in-floor heating. I do not have in-floor heating. And why would it be listed commercial? Instead of agricultural.
Are you ag right now and everything else?
Yeah, I don't have no business. I don't make no profit out of this shed.
And you farm the ground around it?
My dad and uncle do.
Okay. Do you farm?
I help out.
When, you have electricity, forced air into that building,
I have a radiant tube heater. I have a little hangout spot that I have like a mini split.
like an office,
Sure, yeah.
is there walls around it?
Wells.
Walls, is there walls around it to make it like an office that you have the many splits or? you-
Yeah.
That's the new building there?
No,
No.
No.
Are we on 005?
You're 007.
7, okay. No wonder it didn't look right. Well, that's 7. Oh, there it is.
So all those other buildings are yours too?
on this
Yeah.
property. The other buildings was built in 73. Other one was like 1920.
So your office area looks like it's on
That, yeah,
the.
right there.
Inside there, and there's you only have one. One tube heating, or to go throughout the whole building?
Tube heating goes through the building, the whole thing.
Yeah.
And
You
We
can see the
price it.
exhaust pipe up top. I mean, I don't know where you got in-floor heating.
well, let's take a look at your card. It's priced on a commercial schedule, that's the only thing, it's not considered commercial. It's just a schedule that we have in our CAMA system that we price those types of buildings on. So it's not priced as like the old machine sheds used to be, you know? Let's see, we've got with 60 by 80 by 18.
Concrete floor.
Yes.
Right down there, just right there. You'd have to change that, right? Where it says description HVAC and floor heat.
Yeah, what is it then,
Just
just,
tube heating. The forced air,
okay,
no, that's no HVAC. Yeah, forced hot air. Down, down. One more.
it doesn't change anything, any value, but
Well, at least we'll have it correct though.
absolutely, yep. Okay, so we got that.
So back to those pictures,
Well,
I see
Is it
seven silos.
Did you insulate that building as well?
Yeah.
Wall, ceilings?
well, it will here,
Good.
when we have in-floor heat added on this page, and you don't have that,
No,
so we'll take that off.
steel frame, wood frame. Wood.
You store any farm machinery?
I got toys and I work on personal things like my card.
Okay, so then we have it lined, metal liner, correct?
Correct.
And then
Um,
post frame.
Wood.
A little bit of partitioning in there. Rough plumbing in a toilet room,
Mhm.
okay? Extras, come on. Overhead door, couple of them. And that's it.
Yeah.
Anything else you see that might be incorrect?
Other than the commercial thing, you know, like if you look at Jeff Hoover's,
It's classified as ag.
is it? Cause
She just, the commercial part of it's how they. Schedule it, cause you just build it.
It's, yeah, in our system, it's
Yeah.
the commercial tab. That's, the pricing is different. And if they could word that something different, it would be better, because it's not classified as commercial,
That say it was built in 23, so is
yeah.
that correct?
it was completed, 23, started.
Well, that's fine, it's completed in 23.
So the assessed value in 24 was 155,000. Assessed value in 25 was 439,000.
I built the shop for 156 and you're putting,
But on the gross taxable value, Yeah, it went up like $900.
let's see, right now, we have land at 50,740. Last year, the land was 10,000.
What's the big change on that?
Mm-hmm. See, it went to rural residential, since you don't actually farm. We changed it to rural res. And that's why the land went up. So, if that's incorrect, we can change that back. So,
So when you went to, so it's classified rural residential now,
yes.
and that's where the big jump came from then.
Well, the land jumped, yes.
The buildings,
The
so-
building. Completed machine shed plus 38,000. Yeah, we had some revaluation going on. Class change jumped it.
Last change on the house or the Morton building?
Building,
so what do you have in there for a value on the building and the house and all that stuff today?
Did nothing change on the house?
well, it would have got a revaluation
Well,
from,
besides that, but nothing else changed.
no. Mm-mm.
Did you add anything to the house? Do any improvements, siding, roof,
Not a thing.
porch, deck?
We have the house and the shop at 365, 200.
You don't have them broke down?
Nope,
So
Sure.
the house the year before was 121,000.
the shop is 216,000.
You said you got a bill for 156.
I think I still got the original bid, but
Is that because of the property change?
You mean the class?
Yeah, when you changed it to rural residential, did that take that storage building up to a higher assessment? So, I mean, I realize it changed land, but wouldn't that change then the buildings on it?
It would if it would have received the residential, ag factor. You know, like JD's place gets the 70-some% cut on ag outbuildings because he's agricultural.
so.
So, yeah, I mean, if we applied that to here,
Was it applied earlier, cause it was completed in 23? So was the building in ag before and then now it's not?
I don't know for sure, I'd have to check. If that went to ag, it would go down to 56,000 for the building.
So your building site's always been part of like that family farm, right? But you bought the acreage. Okay.
So you don't work on any tractors, combines out of that building?
Yeah. I mean, helping dad and everything, I don't know.
All right, do you guys have any other questions on this particular petition?
I don't.
Do you look at comparables like this place to like Russ Naves and Jeff Hoover's, it's worth more than theirs.
Yeah, and it's because of that.
That's the ag exemption thing.
We'll take a look at it, I mean, we'll definitely.
Russ Days is ag. I don't know what I don't think Jeff Hoover's is agricultural though.
His is under ag.
Is it?
That's where I've seen the big difference that, well, the commercial tab,
Yeah,
his don't have commercial, it's just ag, so I thought. Well, why shouldn't mine be ag?
well, I'll check into that, but did you have that as one of your comparables?
Yeah, I got her, yeah,
Or-
Russ's I didn't, but
Okay, and some of your comparables are in town, I think.
yeah,
And when you do that, it's hard to understand, but like Gilmore City has a map area factor, which lowers their value compared to out in the country. So,
and then I don't know what tax is on silos, but I only have 5, not 7.
okay, do we have,
Well, which one is, Hoover's? Of your comparable?
How does it? Well, silos are obsolete. How do you access?
very low?
Okay. They're bad houses is what I call it.
There ain't much, but
Yeah,
There's 7 listed when you, on the buildings.
Usable,
They're not useful.
silos usable.
At one time, there must have been a good cattle setup there, right?
Yeah, there was.
so we have 7 silos listed.
The deal I printed out does. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Maybe it's just a matter of leaving them on.
Well, they're not gonna change the value
We'll
of
look
the
into
property
that.
very much. That's very minute.
Yeah,
So then your dad's is it just south of there, across the road?
It's just right, it's on the same, it's all the same
Same, okay.
acreage.
Oh, okay, it's a house in front, okay, I got it.
But you just parceled off where you.
Years
live?
ago, my dad bought like 3 acres from my grandma.
Okay.
And he put the house there. So this place. If we're going to this one, has no outbuildings, no nothing.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
the buildings on your acreage, your dad's using? Or for farm stuff?
Yes.
Okay.
So we're on 19, which is your dad's house there. Addition number 1948 Arizona. Then go ahead and tell us what your thoughts are on that.
It was built in 99, it's never had an update but a roof. And that was because of insurance in 2020, something like that, when we had them storms. And you have the house. The total value at 454,000. No buildings, no nothing, just. It's got old painted,
there's the house.
old painted plywood siding.
So what, okay, so last year was 442, now it's at 454.
In 10 years, it's basically doubled. For what reason?
Well, some of it's gonna be the state increase.
Yeah,
Every house usually
I'm
increases.
just saying,
in
if there
value.
had an update. And
Unfortunately, then it doesn't always matter.
And once again, you're comparing, this place is more than Jeff Hoover's at Kent. It was built in 2020. Everything's,
One of them, Jeff Hoover. Is that the 340? No, that's in Oklahoma.
yeah, and how do you jump?
190th Street.
Okay, so that's a different county.
I'm sure, I get that, it's 4 miles away.
I understand, but Humboldt's a totally different county and Pocahontas has their own assessor and how they assess, so you could be living right next door and it could be way different. Is everything correct on on the sheet, you know, it's the
Here,
5 bedrooms,
yeah, house.
it's a single story, and all you said you were, the AC and gas are forced air.
He's rural
All
residential.
those-
What do you classify as bedrooms like in the basement? It's gotta have an egress, don't it?
Yep,
There's only one of
Jeff
them.
house.
What's that?
okay, so it's
Okay.
not a 5 bedroom house then?
It would, should be 4.
Okay.
And. What do you classify as rooms in the basement? It has like,
I'm not worried about rooms,
Just
it's
bedrooms?
it's bedrooms,
Okay.
so it's gotta be a livable super space. and
there
that's
should be 1 bedroom in the basement and there's 1 egress window.
So then there's only, so then you're only 5.
There's 3 upstairs and 1 in the basement.
So the basement finished?
Partially.
We have Jeff's house at, or property at 414.
Well, I'd buy his place before I'd buy this 26-year-old. I mean, if you look at both properties, you're talking $900,000. How? If anybody in here gives me 900,000, I'll be out tomorrow.
Whose is 900,000?
What do you have?
Yeah, him and his dad.
His-
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, it's
wow.
better.
I mean, I'd invite you guys to come out and take a look, if you'd spend $450,000 on this place.
Looks like, is it a 3+10 and normal condition?
Mhm.
Is the deck, is concrete,
No,
or
it's,
it's all wood?
yeah, falling apart.
You have a comparison for one in Humboldt County?
Well, I compared it to Jeff's, I compared it to the two Humboldt County in town that are completely remodeled, gutted, new siding and windows and roofs.
Can I see those?
This one's gutted, new roof, siding, windows, this one just got new windows, steel siding, gutted, and they're at 87,000.
That's because they have the map area factor.
It's like right at it, assessed with as Bruce Reimer's house. I mean, it shouldn't even be close.
You guys have any more questions?
I don't.
We hang on.
Sure. You can have all of these.
Good.
Anything else you want to tell us?
I think that's it.
So how is your dad doing?
Kind of goes off and on,
Okay.
but still the same.
Is he home? I mean, does he?
Yeah, I help him and we got some home, like healthcare,
Yeah.
and help him.
Oh, I haven't heard that this.
He has some rare disease he was diagnosed with, PCP or PSP, which affects his balance and sight and cognitive and all of things.
Yeah, those.
Not very fun.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Ready for Thompson, sir? Yeah.
Yeah. See you.
Okay.
This should have been in a few years ago. I think he got a hold of it and found out what's going on and I don't think his dad was cognitive or not.
Right.
That's the anger with you. And I was like, hey, guys. Thanks for coming in. All right, first thing we'll start off with is getting you swore in. So does you guys promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, so we're on petition number 30.
Thank you.
All right, so tell us what you got going on.
Well, first of all, I'm Dennis Thompson. That's my wife, Roseanne.
know.
So everybody knows everybody. Would just like to kind of find out.
You know the property.
Yeah, you had 2 Willow Ridge Drive as the property. You've got paperwork on here.
Yep.
Just kind of curious of how, you come about to.
How is it normally applied? Oh, there it is. How is it normally applied to, come up with a property tax assessment?
Yeah.
Is it by a percentage of market value? Or how do they do that? Is there a right, I'm sure there's a whole formula, right?
Yeah, there, somebody usually, I don't know who went out to your house, measured it up. Or went by your blueprints or something.
Sure.
And we get the square footage and, footprint of it, kind of like that.
Yeah.
Up there. And then we have our KEMA system, which is computer assisted mass appraisal. That, calculates the value based by the input we put into it. The first being the square footage. And then if, additions to the building, if there's any there, the porches, patios.
So
Garages. Yes.
So basically just kind of the assets of the house itself and factors that apply to this KEMA system.
Mm-hmm, right,
Okay.
yes. Then we list all your plumbing fixtures. And they add and subtract value.
mhm.
And
We
that's-
have descriptive things like how many rooms you have above and below ground and
Is
that.
that what kind of is
Yes,
set out in here?
yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay,
Yep,
all right.
When did you guys move in?
June.
Last,
Last.
okay, all right.
So including the land, you have it assessed at 992,980.
What's is it urban revitalization? What's
it's
that?
the 100% is at 992, 980.
Mhm.
You're getting a $75,000 exemption for 5 years. You know,
Okay.
through the city. So the taxable is down to 917, 980. But when that, exemption comes off in 5 years, then it will be at the 100%.
So the 992 includes the 75,000?
No. It's, without the 75,000.
So it was originally at over 1 million.
No, it's at 992, 980.
That includes the
That's the
75,000.
100%. Well, they're not getting the deduction of 75 off the 992. That's 100%. Right here.
Yeah.
And then the 75 comes off for your taxable value of
Oh.
917, 980.
There, that's what I wasn't seeing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But in 5 years, or I don't know when.
Is that what the abatement is?
Yeah, this 75,000 will come off.
Okay.
And then you'll be
Taxed at
taxed
full
on,
value,
yeah. Yeah,
whatever that might be at the time.
right,
How
Yep.
often is it reassessed?
every 2 years,
2
and
years.
that's state law.
Let's see.
And then it's based upon the sales that come through our office that are considered arm's length transactions. And they also go into the state and they keep track of all of that. And if we're too low, we have to be within 95% to 105 on our median sales ratios. So if we're low, then we have to make adjustments for bringing that up to at least 95% sales ratio to comply with state law.
When you say sales ratio, is that the sale value of the homes that have sold in that time period?
It's a list of sales that come through that are arm's length, and it's the median sales ratio.
Okay.
It's, based upon, the sale price divided into the, assessed value.
Okay.
So, and that gives you a median.
What kind of contracts from the office with these
Right.
states? No forfeiture.
in foreclosures. No, that would be in the farm zone. Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
I get it. Okay.
So that's what we use, and that produces a ratio that, not affected as much by, a high end versus a low end
Mhm.
when you do the median sales ratio.
Right, right.
So, and we send our sales in. Well, it used to be we had to have them in every 3 months. Now with technology and everything, it's instant.
Almost instant,
Yeah.
when when someone reports it to you,
Yeah, well, we
Have
get the declaration of value in our office. Carly puts it on the card, sends it into the state and they keep track of it. And then they send us the sales list and we see if we agree. If, they say one's arm's length and we don't, then we have to prove why we don't think it's arm's length. And then in the end, it's their call. We use their median and adjust our properties accordingly.
All right, so do you guys you have geothermal, right?
Yes, we do.
All right, did you guys file for the credit for that?
Yes, we
Yeah,
do.
okay. And it is 4 bedrooms?
Correct.
Have you done anything to the house since
moving in,
since moving in? You haven't changed any of
oh
the?
heavens out.
We're still trying to find things in the cabinets.
Yeah, there you go. Here you go. Is the garage heated then too with the
The floor, in floor.
in-floor heat?
It was the children, version of it, right? Right, correct me. I don't know.
Oh. Or you have a basement and 2 of the bedrooms are in the basement?
Yes.
So like 2 bedrooms then with an
Two
egress?
bedrooms, that's right, with a Jack and
Egress.
Jill bathroom in
Fair enough.
the middle of it. That's correct.
I do not see a geothermal, exemption filed for you.
Right, yeah.
So you need
Oh.
to stop in our office and fill one out.
I will do that, I will do that.
Yeah, that'll help.
What will that change? How much?
Yeah. Well,
We filed with the Sure.
Right, but they don't they don't have an exemption filed.
Okay.
It doesn't amount to.
So-
No.
Yeah.
What is, what do you guys are thinking is fair then?
Well, I just got online, I just kind of checked our cul-de-sac, they're right in the lighthouses. And, they're, as well as I do, they're down in.
Right now, as we calculated it, adding up all of the property values according to the assessor's website, the average median home value there, and that's just property value, not assessed value, runs around 700,000. Ours is considerably higher than that, but again, we're looking at a median compared to, most of them are around 750. There's some higher, of course, and lower. But that's where it is on that Willow Ridge. Those homes have been there for, you said it'd been about 14 years since they had any groundbreaking of any new homes in that area.
And we got about 2,890 or 90 square feet and some of them are 35. So I mean, some are bigger
Yeah.
and there's some smaller than others, so.
I passed out a.
Yeah, I have, I'm looking.
Okay.
Looking at the.
I'm looking at the comparison.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's why I was just asking what you
Is
were
that-
thinking, are you guys thinking you're way,
well,
percentage wise, way higher than what your neighbors are, or?
I guess if you were to ask what we were thinking, then we were thinking of, in that 700 range. But we're here to be fair too, we just, we just thought it was a little strong and maybe everybody does.
We wanna do whatever we can to reduce
Right.
it, of course, because we know potentially it's not. Unless we have a continuing decline in market. Here in the Humboldt area, which potentially with interest rates and the economy being what it is, it potentially could go lower. If we start fairly high. Where do we go from there? If we're more within line to the median, does that make more sense to potentially?
If they increase.
If they
Right.
increase, we increase with
Yeah.
that,
That's right.
without making it. Seem extreme for where we are,
Mhm.
you know. Yeah, we looked at other properties, we looked in Des Moines, we looked all around that area because we have children there with grandchildren and, we definitely were thinking about what we wanted to do when we moved off the farm, he retired. We wanted to kind of stay in Humboldt, we weren't ready for rat race living.
Well-
Humboldt is nice and fun and peaceful.
The only one thing that I haven't got quite used to, and that's, I was always used to the John Deere tractors going by, and now we're not seeing many of them. So there is quite a change.
Yeah.
A lot more traffic.
Yes,
Sure.
sure.
If there's one downside to living there is being right there on the highway, but.
And it's hard not to watch. I mean, I came from the area where it was like, nobody went by. And then you come to
That's right.
town,
Yeah.
That's
town
exactly-
area, it's like,
Oh, you
who's
look out
that?
the window.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, you knew who was in the John Deere tractor.
Especially if it's spring or fall. Who's
But he
living out there
traded.
first?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
But we do, think it was a good decision.
It's
You
a
know,
nice looking home.
and thank you.
We are very happy with the way it turned out. I know it's somewhat different than a lot of the homes
Yeah.
that are even in Humboldt, but, it's still, very livable and very comfortable.
What do you figure you have in it? Total?
I'm thinking 850
Yeah.
maybe. Hard, inputs.
So, do you have 4 bathrooms? It says you have 4 bathroom
It
fixtures.
says we have 4. We have
Two
3.
halves and
Right.
2 bathrooms.
We have, 2 halves and actually 3 full. Isn't that correct? If they have a tub shower in them, they're full, right?
No, let me see.
Otherwise, they're just a sink and,
Sink and a toilet.
yeah, so we have
Well, you have to have some kind of,
two half and 3 full.
you have 2 fireplaces?
We do.
I'm just making sure all the information is correct.
Foyer, garage entrance are the 2 halves, and the 3 full would be the Jack and Jill master. And, oh, yes, you're right, that one can't be. I just counted it twice.
You just counted it.
Oh,
So
okay, it
4,
is
4, what, you
It
have
is.
4.
That's correct.
The, one coming in off the garage has a shower.
Yeah.
Are you sure you're living in the same house?
You wondered about that sometimes, don't you?
Check me every time, yeah. So. I'm sorry, did you ask another question that we haven't answered?
You had 2 fireplaces.
Yeah.
Good. I'm just making sure all the information is
Yeah,
correct, so
correct.
we can,
We don't see any discrepancies as far as what we've seen on the inventory of the home. I don't see that there's a drastic difference in, well, no, there's,
Yeah.
a big problem here that wasn't said.
There's a very nice man and a lady that came around. I went around with them, and, they showed him everything and
And they
stuff.
didn't hold that against us.
Yeah.
What do you think about it? Well, did you see this?
all right.
Right?
You guys have any more questions?
You know.
You have anything else you want to add to it, or?
No, if you have any questions for us, by
Yeah.
all means, you've been very kind to give us an opportunity to visit with you guys. I appreciate your time. Yeah, if you have any questions or This is the only, and you know, the only other thing that I had written down was the fact that, now, am I wrong? It says according to realtor.com and Redfin that the median listing home price is about 249.9 in 2025. Now that could have gone up, it changes, I'm sure.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you, I don't know if that would be correct or not.
Right. But if that was the case, you know, and I don't know, what the most expensive home that has sold in Humboldt has brought. But,
Well, I think we're up around, well, we had one 800 and some.
did you?
And then there's one recently for 550, 525, something like that.
Yeah,
But they're not, the real high-end homes. We don't see those actually go through the market usually.
so those that are along, West River Acres that are kind of like a spec home, they're running around about 5.
We had one just sell down there. Was that on the river? Yeah.
Well, no, it's off the river.
That
It
was off
it's
the-
across this road, isn't it?
525.
That's what I noticed.
Yeah. So they're creeping up.
Yeah,
Still.
yeah, I can understand.
They have been.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I understand that. I'm thinking,
And so is costs.
Yeah, exactly. That's
Yeah.
why.
I know. Right.
Yeah. So,
and it will affect the market. I mean, if.
someday it'll change,
Yeah.
probably.
It does, doesn't it, right?
It
Up and it's
happens.
down. But- You have to take
All right.
another time.
We appreciate it. Thank you
You
guys.
bet.
We thank
Yeah.
you so very much.
Thanks for your time. I appreciate it.
You bet.
All right,
Be sure to sign your geothermal.
I'll go do that right now.
Right now.
Yeah.
Thank you so very much. Have a good one,
You bet.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I need to, I've got a call at 11. I've got to
Thank you.
take. Can we wait till 11 or no? No, go ahead.
We're
No,
talking you.
make her sit there.
Any longer, I'll hurt.
We only have what, half hour for dinner?
What's that?
Half hour for dinner, it looks like. That's all we get.
Spot to the left, fourth one down, you give them $7,300.
So I mean, if we want dinner, we're gonna have to order something,
Where you,
cause we don't have time.
Our last one scheduled for 1:30, so.
Right there, now, that, right
But I'm
there.
hoping we're gonna do some of these.
Here.
Green,
that's
green
what
that
it
time,
added.
yeah,
Yeah.
Well, they added.
yeah.
For
But that's,
geo-
I'm
that's
just
the
putting it out
value
here.
it
We got,
added.
if we're
Yeah,
gonna
we-
have dinner, we gotta
When
order.
they
Yeah.
sign the exemption, then that'll come off.
What Tim and Nick have for,
So,
I don't know if they have a special.
and it never equals
But
what
we
it
order a
costs you
hamburger and fries.
to put it in,
Okay.
but that'll come back off when she gets the geothermal.
Exemption.
Yep,
Okay, I was
signed
trying
up.
to understand that.
Yep.
I
How's
here's
Al doing?
eat shrimp, but
His legs are just.
No, yeah,
Really?
don't worry.
Yeah. With the spine. He's still trying to take. I'm just talking about dinner. If we order something, I said we can get it, you can have us down for a half hour.
Yeah, I would think so.
Okay, we're just talking ahead here.
Yeah.
If we order something from Nick and Tim or something.
Whatever, yeah.
Michael,
Okay. Cause our break is at 11:45. Okay, what does everybody want?
Are these films out there? We gotta wait for the.
Right.
I'm fine with whatever, it don't matter to me.
I mean, if we just, everybody want cheeseburger and fries or something like that.
Yes, that's fine with me.
yeah. Where are you going then?
Just, we'll just have them go Jim and Nick's and get it. Is that okay?
Yeah, I don't care. Can you make mine a vegetable cheeseburger?
I can.
I gotta get my.
You'll
veggies.
have to,
Leave the burger
somebody's
off.
gonna have to pay for it and then turn it back into the county.
What's that?
You'll have to pay for it over there and yourself and then turn it back into the county.
So if they get five receipts for us?
Yeah.
And just, you guys, somebody go pay for it and we'll reimburse them?
Mhm.
Does that work?
Well, one of you's gonna have to pay for it.
Oh, one of us have to.
Yeah. Yep. Or send money with somebody.
Hi, Mark.
Hello.
Yeah.
They do, but they charge you.
Is the hot seat?
Oh,
Yeah, I got one of those too.
Yeah. I've had it for a long time.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll think about it again.
Okay.
Send cash or something.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. You all ready? Yep. All right, you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. All right, we are petition number 40 for Peacefelds 1002 Timber Ridge. All right, go ahead and tell us your thoughts here.
Did you guys get all of the exhibits that I included with my appeal? There should be like this thick.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them here.
Well, I did a copy for
Okay.
five of you, just because I tabbed them, so it's easier to go through it for your guys' time.
Right there.
Yep, there I go. Thank you. Okay. So on the first page, which you guys probably have, ours was assessed for 577,350. Which is 63,950 higher, which was a 12.45% increase over the previous assessment. And there was no improvements made in the 9 years since we built it. There's no comparable sales to support a 12.5% increase in our assessed value. The highest sale in 2024 was 419,900, which is what up in our neighborhood. And it sold for 3.2% higher than the assessed value. If there were properties like ours selling in the last year for 500,000 plus, I wouldn't be here because I wouldn't have an argument because like properties would be selling. But there wasn't anything sold near what our property is assessed for at 577,350, which was 12.45% higher once again. Comparable properties assessments in our neighborhood, which I will go through here, they only increased 1.8% to 2.8%. Which is much less of an increase compared to ours at 12.45% increase. We kind of have a smaller size house in the Eagle Ridge neighborhood. Ours is 1,912 square feet. A lot of the properties are 2,000 plus square feet. And I believe we have an average home. We have no high-end fixtures. We're middle of the road when we built it. We just went down the middle of the road. Our flooring is carpet and vinyl. So in the packets that I included, all the comparables listed are properties less than 2,000 square feet like ours. Their basements are finished and the same number of bedrooms or they have more bedrooms than ours. So on that first page there, that you have out, I compared ours to 1814 Elmhurst Avenue. That property is 4 years newer than ours and it's only 89 square feet smaller than ours. And it was assessed for 470,000. Which is 100,000+ less than ours. I also compared it to 2001 Burr Oak Lane. That house is 6 years newer than ours, and it's only 64 feet smaller than ours. And it's assessed for 482,000, which is a lot less than our 577. I also compared it to 2040 Maple Lane, and I'll show you that house looks pretty much the same as ours. It's 6 years newer and it's 185 foot smaller and it was assessed for 436,000, which is a lot less than our 577. I also compared it to 2040 Eagle Ridge Drive. It's 2 years older than ours and it's 38 foot smaller and it's at 511. I also compared it to 2030 Eagle Ridge Drive, which is 1 year older, 128 foot smaller and it's at 498. So we can just go through the exhibits. So exhibit 1 is the first page that's tabbed with a 1 with a green. This I just did a table to put all those properties into a table for you. It looks like this, the first page. I put our assessed value, yep, that one. It's this one here. Yep, the first number 1. There you go. So I put ours in there. So our assessed value is, we have 1912 total living area. We were built in 2016. We have 2 bedrooms above and 2 bedrooms below. Yes, we do have geo, because some places don't have geo. Our land was 31,750. Our dwelling was assessed for 564,600.
which is a total of 577,350, which increased 12.45%. I did do a cost approach, which I'll show you the documentation of that with the Iowa Real Property Appraisal Manual. You know, it was a best guesstimate because I'm not that professional, but I went through and broke down each section and I was coming up with 429 for that, for a cost approach. So the comparable properties that I talked about on the first page are listed there in the table. So 1814 Elmhurst Avenue, it's 1823 total living area, is built in 2020. It has 2 bedrooms below and 2 bedrooms above, just like ours. It does not have GO, but GO adds 4,800 per the Iowa Real Property Appraisal Manual.
You have your credit, you went in and filled out your tax
Yep.
credit?
Yep. So that first property, their land is 46,000. So I always look at dwelling to dwelling because yes, lands are different and lots are different. So you just look at dwelling to dwelling. Their dwelling was at 423,780. So theirs increased 1.8%. So I don't, you know, that's where I'm really trying to show, like, this is a comparable house that's 4 years newer, 2 bedrooms on the up floor, 2 bedrooms on the bottom floor, dwelling to dwelling. It's at 423 and ours is at 564. And theirs only increased 1.8%. Ours increased 12.45%. And it's about a block and a half from our house. And the next one on the list is 2001 Burr Oak Lane. It's 1,848 square foot. It was built in 2022. 3 bedrooms up, 3 bedrooms below. Their dwelling is at 457 and it increased 2.9%. And then there's 2040 Maple Lane, which I'll show you. That one looks a lot like ours. Same stone, same gray paint. Looks pretty identical to ours. They're 1,727 square foot. It was built in 2022. 2 bedrooms up, 3 bedrooms below. Their dwelling is 412,000. And so that house is several years newer than ours. Looks like ours. It's 412,000 and ours is 564,000. And our property is 9 years old. So theirs increased 2.5%. So the other ones are listed in that chart also. In the bottom line, I listed the highest sale was 1830 Elmhurst Avenue. It was 1,880 square feet. It was built in 2002. It's 3 bedrooms above and 2 bedrooms below. No, it doesn't have GO. And their dwelling is listed at 384 and it sold for 419, which is 3.2% above the assessed value. If you flip the page on that attachment, and there's a lot of red, you can see in the next one has a lot of red. So I just wanted to point out, like, this is our property. I listed our assessment history there at the top, in that top section, every year. So 2025, it was assessed for 577,000. 2024 is 513,000. 2023, no change. 2022 is 452,000. 2021 is 434,000. 2020 is 414,000. 2019 is 414,000. 2018 was assessed for 383,000. That was 2 years old. So as you can see, I bolded, there's no improvements made over the 8-year period, and our assessment has increased 193,000. It's had a 50% increase in that 8-year period. I don't believe that's sustainable. Like, that's a house that's depreciating. Our roof is about 10 years old. It's almost halfway through its useful life. Our house needs repainted. We have outside fixtures breaking, but it keeps increasing and it's increased 50%. With no improvements. It's the same house that we built 9 years ago when it was assessed for 383 at 2 years old. So that's the main thing I want to make sure you guys understand. Like, that is just not sustainable. There's not a property next door to ours that's selling for 30% above its assessed value, or 20%, or 15%, or 10%. You know, the closest one was 3.2%. So that's my main point there, is that's just not the same sustainable, especially with no comparables. So I just broke down some of those properties that I had listed. If we use their price per square foot, where our property would fall. So on that Elmhurst property that's newer than ours, 84 foot smaller, if I use their price per square foot with our property, it would be at 493,716. You know, that's just a guesstimate, but you know, that's a lot less than the 577 that's assessed at. The next one, the Burr Oak Lane one, would be at 498. Our house would be at, if I use their square foot based on the current assessment. The Maple Lane one would be at 483. And if I use the highest market value sale, their square foot was sold for 223. It put our house at 472. You know, like, no, that's not realistic. I'm not asking my house to be at 472. I was just kind of giving different options on there.
Did you say 2040 is pretty much the same house?
Yes, and I will show you it here. It looks just like our house. Exactly. They used the same paint, they came to our house, said we want that house, and Birdie's built it because they built ours. So here's our report card, our listing. There was just some errors too that I thought, you know, once I started looking at in detail, I thought needed to be corrected. You know, this is just my best guess reading the Iowa Real Property Appraisal Manual. It says that we've got 5 rooms above ground. And when I read the Iowa Real Property Appraisal Manual, it states that you do not count bathrooms, toilet rooms, or pantries. So I believe that should be corrected to 4, not 5. We have 2 bedrooms, a laundry room, and a great room. So I don't know where the other 5th room is coming from on that. So I'm only coming up with 4 rooms above ground. Same with rooms below ground. It has 4 listed, but I think it should be 3 because we have a living room and 2 bedrooms.
Is there egress windows on each bedroom?
Yes, there is. So I wanted to point that out. And then also, if you flip the page to our property, for flooring, it has listed carpet, vinyl, and hardwood. We don't have any hardwood in any of our house. We have vinyl flooring that looks like mimics a wood look, but we have no hardwood in our house. So I thought that needs to be updated on our property. And then also our basement finish is listed as high range. Yes, we have a walkout, but I have a document here to show that other properties in our neighborhood that have walkouts, I've been in their basements, they're similar to ours. They're listed as average range. So I believe that should be switched to average. And maybe that'll affect our assessment, and maybe it will go down some. So 1005 Timber Ridge, there are across the cul-de-sac neighbor, they have a walkout, and their basement is listed as average. Our neighbor right across from us, they have a basement. They do not have a walkout, but I've been in their basement multiple times. It's listed as average also.
So you have 2 rooms down there that aren't finished at all?
Correct. We have a utility room, completely.
And no sheetrock, no insulation.
Nope, and then we have a storage room, and I have a picture of that here next. We'll flip to it. Yep, I brought documents to show that. So we can be done with that document. The next document in your packet, it's got a lot of blue on it. It looks like this. That's just to show why I think our basement should be listed as average and not high range. So ours is currently listed as high range. I put other comparable neighborhood listed as average range. Per the Iowa Real Property Appraisal Manual, you're supposed to use low range for large rooms and high range for small rooms or areas with a large amount of partitioning. Our basement is comprised mostly of a large open room with vinyl flooring and no high-end fixtures. So that's where I'm pulling from the Iowa Real Property Appraisal Manual, that for large rooms, you're supposed to use low range. Because there's less construction in that large room. There's not separate rooms and closets and etc. And so how our basement is we have a big open large room. That's our living area with vinyl flooring. And then we have 2 bedrooms and a bathroom and then a storage and utility room. So I listed ours that shows that it's 4 rooms below ground, 2 bedrooms, and it's listed as high range with living walkout quarters at 1400. Waldorf's at 2021 Eagle Ridge Drive up in our neighborhood. They've got 5 rooms below ground, 3 bedrooms. They have a living quarters with a walkout and they're listed as average. And they have 2100 feet, which is much larger than ours. 2001 Eagle Ridge Drive. They have 5 rooms below ground, 2 bedrooms like ours, living quarters with walkout. They're listed as average. And then if you flip the page, there's more. There's 1005 Timber Ridge Circle. They're right across from us in the cul-de-sac. They have 5 rooms below ground, 2 bedrooms below like ours. They have living quarters with walkout and they're listed as average range. And then Bornhoff's at 1003 Timber Ridge Circle. They have 4 rooms below ground, 2 bedrooms below. And they have living quarters and at 1500 square foot and theirs is listed as average. And then 3020 Eagle Ridge Drive, the Nielsen property, which is pretty new. They have 4 rooms below ground, 3 bedrooms below, 2. They have living quarters with a walkout and they're listed as average. So that's my documentation to show that I believe ours is misqualified at high range because there's quite a few in our neighborhood that are comparable. Some are larger, but lots of walkouts that are all listed as average.
So we're up against the clock. Is there anything else that you want to make sure that we know?
Yep, so the next one, the number 2, I won't go through it, but that's just my documentation that I went through the Iowa Real Property Appraisal Manual
Yep.
and how I found that documentation and where our property would be. And it shows the errors in the assessment. So you asked about the flooring. I have pictures of our flooring to show that it's vinyl, it's not hardwood. I have pictures of that unfinished room where you can see the ceiling's not finished. There's no flooring. We just have rugs on the flooring and we don't even have drywall. It's just a poster board that my husband printed. Then you can flip to this Elmhurst property. That's the one that I'm comparing ours to. And then like you asked about the Maple Lane one, that's this one right here. It's Exhibit 6. It looks just like our house. And so it looks just like our house and it's listed at the dwelling is 412 and ours is 564. So I guess all the documentation's there. So just in closing, like I just feel like I want you guys to look at correct our basement from high to average, because I think I have the documentation to show that it should be average listed. Correct the flooring. We do not have any hardwood in our house, so if that can be corrected on ours. The number of rooms, I believe, is off. And decrease our assessment. At most, increase it 1.8%, like our neighborhood properties that I'm comparing it to, which is far less than the 12.45% that it was increased with no improvements.
All right.
Any questions?
Appreciate it.
Did you find anything, different? All the rooms, everything was correct? We don't have any discrepancy on the style of roof or how many bedrooms? None of that was.
The bedrooms is fine. Like I said, the number of rooms, I think the upstairs should be deducted by 1.
Okay.
And the bottom should be deducted by 1.
Okay.
Because the Iowa Real Property Appraisal Manual said not to include pantries or bathrooms. And I think one of those is being counted in our top floor because we have 2 bedrooms, a living room, and a laundry room. So I think it should be 4 instead of 5. And our basement, I think it should be 3 instead of 4.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you.
Any other questions, quick? All right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Have a good day.
Yeah.
Hi, Mike. How are you? Good.
No, it got canceled, so
Oh,
I was
okay.
afraid that was gonna happen, and that's what happens. That worked out. All right,
Never done this before. So.
no, you're good. So first thing we'll do is to swear you in. So
Okay.
you promise to truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
You do.
All right, so we're on petition number 41. We'll turn to that, and that's 303 7th Street South.
Yes.
All right. Go ahead and tell us your story.
So to me, going back to what I was originally praised at as the 109,000, I feel comfortable with that one. I don't feel comfortable with the 126 because the outside of my house it needs to have windows replaced. The siding is wood siding. It needs to be either repainted or it needs to be sided, which I do plan to do in the future. And so at that time, if I get assessed higher, I'm good with that. So, because obviously I did the work, it looks nice, and I'm probably gonna get more for the house. So, and then the inside, I'm working on the inside. The upstairs bathroom has actually only got a toilet in it now. It's gutted. The hallways missing walls, cause I'm working on it too. So eventually I wanna get that all up and going too, so it looks nice inside. I don't have a ceiling in the living room, which hopefully that will be taken care of here in the next year or 2.
Just a quick question. How much of your house is under construction?
How much?
Just kind of give me a rough percentage of what you might say.
At least, not quite 50%, maybe 40% of it.
And it's been since January 1st.
Huh? Oh, no, this has been for several years.
Okay.
Long story short, my ex, we did a lot of tearing out on the inside. He just never ever put it back together. So I even have a bedroom that isn't completed either.
You have,
So-
any space in there that's not livable? You know, like,
Not-
like, let's say one of your bathrooms and there's no more water coming to it. Cause you tore it all out, so there's no sewer in it, so it's not usable, right?
No, it's usable. There, we put the toilet in. Yeah, we put the toilet in. We didn't want it set and open. So the toilet is in there. There's just no sinks, no tub, no shower, no anything like that.
So just the toilet and fixture.
Yeah, just the toilet itself.
All right, go ahead.
Nope.
Finish what you were
Nope.
saying.
So. I mean, I am working on it going forward and hopefully in the next couple of years I will have it cited in that. And if my assessment goes up, I'm cool with that. I did look at some of the houses around that would be closely comparable and they are fairly nice. The outsides are nice. I know that a few of them are finished on the inside and it is listed, they're listed on there. So, and I'm not saying that I want to go down to 90,000. I just would be happy to go back to, I think my assessment was 109,000 last year.
Mhm.
And I would be good with that.
You understand though, that there are raises that come with the state, the state has.
Right.
So that would,
I do.
To have it be the same as last year's might, even if you change things, there might not be a.
Correct. Yes. And I do understand that. It's just that if somebody were to, if I, for whatever reason, my house had to be sold right now, they're not gonna give that to me. They're gonna look at it and they're gonna, we gotta side it, we gotta put new windows in it. We gotta go in and we gotta finish the inside, The front porch will need to be finished, the living room would have to be finished off. You'd have to go upstairs, do the hallway, do the 1 bedroom, the bathroom, so.
Are the porches and decks, is any of it concrete or is it all just wood fixture?
I would. Oh, there is, well, on the back, the previous owner did put a little cement pad, but it's cracked. So it
But,
covered it
yeah,
up, yeah.
right outside the door though, so.
So if you come out my back door, that deck, there's a little landing area underneath it, there is the cement.
Was it been 4+10 grade for the time?
Oh, probably forever.
Okay.
What do you have it? Linda, what do you have it listed as now?
What do you-
Normal?
Pardon me?
What do you have it listed as now, normal or?
Yeah. Normal.
Okay.
And here's a picture. That look
Yes,
kind of current.
Yeah.
Okay.
Where do you put the deduction for being under construction?
Where what?
For being remodeling and not all?
It's only like 40%.
Well, we
I didn't mind.
don't have any,
which they don't know
So
that, I
you-
mean,
you change
Uh-uh.
The,
we don't know that, so.
no,
Yeah.
they don't
You
know
can change
that.
the normal to,
But now we do.
Yeah.
change the
Well-
normal down one.
It's like
Below normal to 112.9. Fair, whoops. Fair, 100.
The one before it, they got it be close to what he was thinking.
Below number 112, and you said.
112.9.
Yeah. And I'd be fine with that.
There's a difference in that.
And then, yeah, at least once the outside is done, I
Right.
hope in a couple of years that'll all be.
One right there together. That's good here.
Go away.
Be 112.380.
112,380 was the
Yeah.
change from normal to there.
Yeah, yeah, I think I got the
It's
addition.
not as
I
close as we can
think
get
that
it.
would be
Yeah.
fair, so something like that.
And you realize it's gonna go up.
Yes, yeah, well, I hopefully, like I said, hopefully I get the windows and the siding done here in the next 2 years. And then hopefully just the inside, I just
So we
work
have-
on it, cause I gotta be able to.
I'll
So
second.
I'll make a motion that we change the condition of it to below normal to lower the assessment value to 112,380.
second,
Second.
it's been moved and seconded. Is there any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Well, thank you, I appreciate that.
You will get a letter in the mail at the end of the month.
Okay, awesome, thank you, guys.
Thank you.
All right, see ya.
You are work.
I know. Now you have to go back.
I can hardly stay away.
Box of right there, I gotta go put the. You have to do it.
Okay, I put.
Order one?
Yeah, I
Okay.
bet. So then
Yep.
I'll find out what it is first.
So they're gonna lay it out.
Who wants to go get
So
it?
then you're gonna.
Give us like 2 minutes.
Yes, this is a.
Do you have somebody that could run get it?
No, actually, this was very.
Um,
Very interesting.
But I'd like to.
Well, we don't hardly have any time.
I know, you guys here. Okay, you'll be
I'll
here
just
tomorrow.
call.
Yeah.
You tell him to bring it
Yeah,
over.
just have a little.
I don't think
short
it will, but
that way, and- Yeah.
115,
I didn't know
380,
until
right?
process.
Correct?
And I bet a lot of people.
Yes.
Right,
Yeah.
I'm sure not.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's my job now.
yeah, good seeing you, April.
Mike, you'll get it. You have
Oh,
to
thanks, Mike.
pay him something.
Yeah,
We will.
yeah.
What's that?
Mike's
Mike
gonna
will
run and get
get lunch.
food.
So we can keep working.
Okay, are we gonna, so do you want money now or?
She's
Yeah.
gonna figure it out.
I'll find out how much it is.
Oh, okay. We're all gonna have the same except
Hey, we're looking up at the courthouse. I
you guys
gotta
want
order 5 or
vegetables.
4 cheeseburgers and 1 vegetable burger. And I need 5 receipts.
I love vegetables.
These two.
Right.
This one.
She's a vegetable lover
I love,
I can
oh,
call in them.
she.
Yeah, we need 1 vegetable and the other ones will just do.
Those are the.
Oh, they were the best.
They're reason for that when they.
Six.
They're reason for this. So it's an older house, yeah, they had higher, that because at the time it was. built,
Yeah.
The square footage was higher than it is now.
The
Receipts,
best. Not
So why, then why would they?
come and pick it up for us.
If the house is built
Ever.
now.
We'll pay ya.
Oh,
Do you
my
have,
God.
Or those
do
340.
you have like a Pacific bottle of ketchup?
What would be the reason? I don't understand the difference.
That'd be great.
I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, it's, so you're saying between.
You have any?
Right, so if you look at hers, let's just pull up hers, so if you look at this house is the exact same house, 72. There's 301, right, exact same house, this one's new.
Oh, okay, that'd be great, because that'd be nice.
Right, so then if we just move this to this.
Yeah, just a minute, I'm gonna tell you, when you
That-
have
that
it
would be a
ready,
fair assessment.
Where would that-
11:45.
Alright.
Yep.
Well, I don't know.
Okay, thanks, Jim.
I'm ready for you.
Well, we put them at the same house, right? It's the same
Kept
house.
asking.
It has Geo, it has,
How much?
Yeah.
there's nothing
Calling
different
back.
in that,
Okay, what do you think?
right? I mean, that would be the easiest change.
So if we put their that by
Hey,
that.
I'm sorry, how much is it gonna cost? So how much you like? Yep, per person. If you guys want something, you call in separately or whatever.
I got the whole special delivery.
Oh.
And they're at 1.5.
Oh.
577. So that already covered it, and then if you change the basement, which I don't, we wouldn't
Tim?
do that.
No, you better
Computer,
not charge for
but
delivery.
We should just start right there, right? I mean, if that's the exact same house.
It costs her.
And it's newer, and they were paying that, but I don't understand why there's such a difference.
What?
Because that's all we ever see, I mean, that's the consistency of the problem we're having. This guy who's right next door with the same freaking house paid,
Okay, but yeah.
so why?
Okay.
What do we help? I don't know, what do we help?
Okay, yeah, and have them ready like at 1 day, also, maybe back.
Uh-huh.
We only have a half hour for lunch, so. Okay.
Mike's.
Yeah.
Well, if we're sending a supervisor to pick it up, you talk to him. Okay. Thanks. Yeah, okay. Okay, so ours are 1204 and Candy's is 1279.
Okay. And that's laundry money.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
that's a point, Princeton, you like that?
Went through the washer and the dryer.
Here you go, Mike.
All right,
He's gonna have them ready at about 20 till.
the 20 till?
Yeah, because we still got a couple of people coming, so.
Perfect, thank you so much.
You guys ready for Karen? Yeah. So, I mean, you know what I'm saying, no, I mean, if we could just start there, it's.
You're fine.
Nothing changes, but.
He's gonna send some ketchup and some silverware stuff.
I'll just bring what he
Okay. I need one of those here.
Right here.
Yep, whatever you want.
Those
Okay.
were arguments we had.
I am going to apologize for not having enough copies. I came last year and you'd think I would have learned. I did not.
So there's be some sharing going on, but first, I just want to let you know that I'm going to record this for our attorney and for Jeff. He might worry about what I say.
It's being recorded here too.
Oh, good, okay,
First thing I'll do is, just swear you in.
okay,
You promise to tell the truth, the truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
All right. Go ahead and start whenever you're ready. We're on number 43. Lot 11, Neva Ridge, 2001 Neva Ridge Drive.
Yes. Yes, so, our place was assessed at 819. And I think last year when I was in here, I mentioned that wonderful trail that's going in, which I'm getting more used to it, but I would have thought that property taxes would have went down. When you see my assessment, you'll see that it should have. I have people going across my property already. I have kids playing on my landscaping in the backyard, and the trail isn't even done. It is just feet from our property line. I mean, the construction, destruction, however you want to call it, is to the property line. And so I would have expected our taxes to go down, but they did not. So I went out to the state of Iowa to determine what our property tax should be. And I said, okay, I'm going to figure the maximum because I want to know what it should be. I put everything in, maximum on everything, did not factor in any depreciation. My house is 8 years old. Shouldn't there be some depreciation after 8 years? It came out at 581,000. I had an assessment and that came at 540. So I'm going to give you that. You two can
That's appraisal.
Yeah, an appraisal. I'm sorry, an appraisal.
Who did the appraisal?
I have four.
From $4.
So yeah, 540,000. I have a 1-bedroom house on the main level. We knew when we built it, not our problem if it doesn't sell for what we may have put in it. That's our kids' problems. We're gonna live there. It's their problem. But I also have in that package, you know how I figured that, high end on everything, 580, 552. If we look at the sales from 2024, and I excluded property that was not completed in 23, because that would have been over assessed, you know. But if you look at sales, and that's in your packet, 100% of the sales over 300,000 were over assessed. 100% of them. 100% of the sales from 230 to 300 were under assessed. 76% of the sales from 140 to 230 were under assessed. And 67% lower than 140 were under assessed. I don't think it's your higher ends you're under assessing here, looking at the sales from 2024. I think there's clear evidence where maybe the assessment problem needs to be. I don't know how you fix that. That's not my problem. But I didn't look at comparables because I don't care what other people get. I think I provided you an appraisal for 540,000. I went out to the site and it says right in here, when you look at the site, it says, and I quote, "First, we must uniformity among properties, and second, we must base our uniformity on fair and reasonable market value." I think we have market value here. The site also says, and I quote, "The assessor is given considerable latitude to and from the average." I used the maximum number on everything, and mine came up with 580. 819 is not reasonable for our house. And I'm gonna make this very short, but I think I have the two things you need to figure out what our house should be assessed at. And we have a number in our head, and if it goes over that, we're just gonna take you to court on it. We're just to that point, because you know.
I understand. Did you have geothermal
Yes.
and you did the credit then?
No, I didn't even factor the credit in.
No, but you've done the credit?
Yes, I do the credit. Yes, I do the credit.
So that's what you were saying on the computer, that's the sheet
Yeah,
that you did?
I
Okay.
put the max from this. I went out to this residential
Yeah.
And then I went to the site and picked all their stuff out. I didn't agree with all her numbers, but I'm like, I don't care. I'll use what she's using to assess it. And it's 580.
So I'm not familiar with that website, but do they let you put in like the county that you're trying to do it in and everything too? Is it just like the whole state?
It's the state,
Oh.
it's the state of Iowa residential schedule, and it says it gives some latitude in it.
Okay.
But you go through and you pick your grade of your house, and my house is a grade 2. It's the grade 2 is above between 2,000 and 3,500 square feet. Normally they say 2-story, but anyway, I looked at all the grades. I went out and went through every page. What should you get taxed on? Use the maximum, because I wanted to see where my range should be. And when my max came out with 580, I'm like, well, I'm done. I'm just not gonna. I don't know how you can fairly, uniformly assess me for much more than what's there. I mean, if somebody can explain to me why it would be more, I would love to know what that is.
Well, why did you put your house at a grade 2?
Because they give you, well, I have all the grades here. Has anybody looked at this website? Except for here, I'm not an executive grade house. That's excessive 5,000 square feet. I'm not a grade 1, which is 3,000 to 5,000 square feet. So the next one is grade 2, which is 2,000 to 3,500.
Okay.
And that's, I mean, they give very clear definitions of what it should be. High ceilings, executive grade dwelling. It just, my house doesn't fit that.
Good.
I will tell you, when I went to buy my carpet, my flooring, my husband said, go back. I'm not spending that much, pick something less. I didn't do high grade, he wouldn't let me, even if I wanted to. I don't look at prices first, I do it, and then he comes back and tells me no, and then I redo it. So,
Mostly carpet throughout your house then and all?
no,
that
I have carpet in all the bedrooms.
stuff?
And I have engineered hardwood
Mhm.
and upstairs, and then I have tile.
Okay. And all the information that you saw in our assessment is correct, the 3 bedrooms.
Yes, I disagreed with a few things, but it's not, the
Absolutely.
3 bedrooms is when you do lineal feet on the stone, but I'm like, I just use what she put.
I know,
It's a
but I
little
mean,
higher.
if there's discrepancy, it will help us
Okay,
determine. So if you know, your roof is it not asphalt? Is it asphalt?
It's asphalt.
Yeah,
yeah.
asphalt. But it is 3 bedrooms, right? Correct?
1 bedroom on the main level, which makes it less marketable for those people that know something about selling a house. It's not going to be very marketable, and this is supposed to be based on market value. So well, actually, technically, you could say it's 4 bedroom. There are 3 rooms in the basements that could be used for bedrooms. They're not, but they could be.
Okay.
Cause they have a walkout or a window you can get out.
And egress.
And yeah, so you're gonna assume that you could use it for a bedroom.
Okay.
But again, I think the telling thing is what they appraised it at.
Here.
And honestly, he did say the trail was not a plus for me in selling it, and I said, I knew that. But
And that section of the trailer is complete.
no,
House, yeah.
no, they got a lot of work to do, I hope. Otherwise, we're gonna have little ponds in the backyard too, not the ones you can fish from, just ponds. So I think they have a lot of work left. I'm hopeful it looks good when it's done at least, but it's not an asset to us. Of everyone, we're most affected. I'd say us, myself and Lindy Shelgren are most affected by this trail because it is literally, I sit on my deck and I can watch everybody walk by. The trees that did cover it, the trees that block the sound from the highway, I can see the highway now. It's not a plus for us.
Haven't done that trail.
Yeah.
I can see your point.
Well, yeah, it's, and I'm trying to be good about this, so don't get me started. I wanna be okay with it. I wanna get there anyway.
Anybody have any questions?
Is there a house that you think has done most comparable to yours?
Well, frankly, I think there's a lot of houses comparable maybe to ours, but the problem is I feel like what value is comparables when you have the appraisal, and I did the worksheet on what the value is from the state. I did do that worksheet. I didn't bring it with me because I'm like, how do I know theirs is appraised right?
Sure, I
And
understand.
then when I see sales over 300,000, everyone's over assessed. So
I
to
just didn't
me,
know if you're in your mind, if you're like, what would be comparable to you thinking that was way under assessed compared to yours, that's still almost the same house? And was there one that just stuck out?
well, with our house being 1 bedroom, I don't think you're gonna find any homes that just have 1 bedroom on the main level, because most people care about when they sell their house. We wanna die there, so we're just letting the kids worry about that, but I think that makes our house very
Unique.
unique and negative for us. We knew that. Well, I guess we didn't think about it. We just didn't want to add more square foot to the house to put another bedroom on the main level. What's the big deal? And that's why we didn't do it. We thought grandkids are coming, they can sleep in the basement.
Tell me the name of the website again that you did that worksheet on.
I might have to, it's called the State of Iowa Residential Table of Contents, Residential, it's there, I went to the state. I didn't even print, it's 120 pages, so I did not print every page, and I didn't print the front one, unfortunately.
Talking about.
No. You know,
I assume it's the Department of Revenue.
Oh,
yeah, the Department of Revenue site, yeah, on how your house should be assessed. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
And there's a place in there you can go kind of get a ballpark.
No, I've created a worksheet.
Oh, okay.
And then they have pricing instructions. And they have ranges on there on everything, high, low, and so I took the high on all of
I
it.
got you. Okay.
And then you find your grade, you find your square foot, you put it in,
Yep.
and that's for the base house, and then you add everything for
I got you.
everything that you need.
I thought there was like you just went in. and-
Oh, no, that would be too easy.
Yeah, all right.
This
Okay.
takes longer.
Okay, perfect, thank you. Any other questions? All right, appreciate you coming in.
Okay, thank you. Oops, I don't turn my recorder on. Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
No, I think that's yours. And if I ever come back, I'll try to bring 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 copies. Sorry.
Thank you.
Tim next room on.
Yep.
Jan
Birdie.
Ready for me?
Yep, come on in and sit down. We're on number 23, Janet Birdie.
Oh, she wanted to
88,
see that.
Ohio.
Yes.
City clerk?
I was city clerk for a long time, so I know the budget system. And I know how things are done. How did you guys get so lucky to be on this?
We're glutton for punishment.
We drew the short straw.
Linda hated us, so she asked us.
I get it.
I'm gonna punish you.
I get it.
All right, so first thing we'll do is swear you in. Okay, so you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
All right,
So help my God.
all right,
Yours.
perfect. So go ahead and Tell us your story.
So I'm a story. Well, I guess I meant broad over the top story to start out with. I went back on my property taxes. The land is the one I complained about, that the land valuation has gone up so much, just straight egg, yes, just on farm ground, on egg land. Ours went from a valuation of 86,470, and the one that is proposed is 120,570. That's an increase close to 40%. I think that is just, it's the 40 acres is what it is. I just picked one because they're all up. They're all up just an outrageous amount. And I know that as a city clerk, and as you have certain things and certain rules by the state you have to go by. Do you have to go by the evaluations that they have, or is it a suggested?
On ag land, can we change anything on that?
Well, they tell us what it is.
And everybody's the same, is it based
Yep.
on productivity, right?
Yep. Yep. It's online, they send it to us.
They tell you what it has to be on the egg land.
Yes. It's based on a productivity formula, that's like.
So is that the
This
CFO?
Yeah,
long.
I understand is productivity versus this versus
Yeah.
that versus that, and
Yeah.
the whole formula thing. Cause I know there's a fire one that the state has that they suggest strongly that the fire departments do, but they don't because it's.
If we didn't do it, we didn't change these values, they will issue an equalization order in the fall, making us change it.
Did they redo them a few years ago when they changed the CSR ratings?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Farmland.
they update the CSR ratings and stuff like that, and I assume they get that from the USDA, from what they turn in to whatever, however, and. Yeah, and there has been a couple good years, I'll give you that, and their ratings have become in strong, and I get that.
So is there a rate that goes off productivity? So for productivity, it's different than the rate at the time that was made. Does that change it?
And they do it every 3 years.
Every 2 years. Yeah. Yeah, you change your value for CSR. Everything goes up to meet their criteria.
Okay. So I understand. Can I ask another question? Is there a law coming in that's gonna limit the increase on the tax
There
collected?
was legislation introduced to, I think right now we're at 3% growth. I'm correct? That's more of an auditor thing, but they wanted to reduce it down to 2%, which would, hinder your cities and
Oh, I agree. I mean,
taxing bodies
So-
on their budgeting, but that didn't go through.
it didn't go through.
No, that's my knowledge. It didn't pass. They're gonna work on it for next time.
So are there any buildings on your property that are not usable? That you're not that are
Oh, yeah, of course there
different,
is.
damaged, not being used,
course
that
there is.
were.
Of course there is. My goal is here on the 60 acres in the past that the main one I'm complaining about. It has had a 3 to 4% increase every year. I get that. I was city clerk. You need to have a 3% growth, basically, sorta, because that's what life costs. Everybody asks for a 3% raise, so those didn't always happen, and things like that. So I understand that. But if you have lowered, let's go back to the hog building. Let me tell you about the hog building. This is not, I'm not happy about it, and I've never complained about it. But over the last 5 years, it has increased 125%. First time I paid taxes 5 years ago was $616, and now it's $1,384 before next year. I mean, that's
tax.
Which one? The
Right.
1188 Ohio?
no, it's that one, the hog building.
The taxes on it.
I mean, I don't know if you have the sheet or not.
Have increased 124.8%. And the hog buildings, you're to the point where you can't give them away. People don't want them because you can't get insurance on them. You can't get contracts signed. So if you're gonna you can't keep punishing these people because they're gonna be screwed and then you won't have anything. Just my opinion here.
And those are 25 years old.
Yes. They're 26, 27, yeah, they're same year age as Brandon, who started in 98.
Yeah.
What are they assisted? 30, 38, 90, yeah. What was last year? 127.50.
We're gonna be on there,
Yeah.
and that's a terrible increase.
And
I get that,
that's from the state also. That's ag factor. Changes every 2 years also. And they set that.
crazy.
That's what changes.
So then it comes down to valuations don't matter. What matters is what Trish does, is setting the percentage. And I saw that the county had their audit, that the percentage coming out, it was 10.292 was the effective rate last year. And the effective rate, which I don't understand that totally. The 9.92735 would be the effective rate this year, and it has come down. But if you're talking a 40% increase in value,
Well, the budgeting bodies have that option. They don't have to raise that much.
they actually lowered it on their budget.
And they could lower it more.
So it's the county supervisors that need to be sitting
Well,
here.
and it's not just the county supervisor.
There was one error, just out of fairness, Mike Carpenter has been.
There's other budgeting bodies also. Like the school, the hospital, and
The school, our in Twin Rivers, that dropped a little bit, but they said, oh, they can't afford to drop it any more than that. And I've already talked to them and got them to come down. But
I mean, everything goes up for all those budgeting bodies too. The expense.
so 3% across the board would be, 3 to 4% would be a fairable. But some people are gonna pay more and some people are gonna less. Do you understand my frustration?
Yeah, I've got front round too, I know.
Yeah, I don't, like, in the past, how many years, 3.96 is the average over the last 7 years. I get that. But if this doubles, you're affecting generations of farmers is what you're doing. So what happens is that property tax goes up. They raise rent. Only the big farmers can farm. The big farmers rape the soil as a general rule. And your small farmers out. And you don't want the small farmer out. Small farmers what keeps your local going. If you don't have your small farmers, because the big farmers aren't from here. So then you hurt this community.
So I would ask you to make sure you reach out to your reps, your House reps and your senators, because they're the ones that can really change the ag stuff. We can't, on this board, we can't do a whole lot on the ag.
Well, you just get sit and listen, don't you?
Well, we can on residential, commercial, more like the buildings and stuff like that, but the ag land is pretty well, there's a formula from the state and it's not, everything's the same. Is that right, Linda? Across the board? Her
for
ag,
each county.
her ag land isn't.
So each
more than-
county, they set it for each county.
Humboldt was set at 2,900 an acre. Years ago.
So what's Pocahontas County?
3,002.
Yeah, with Wright County?
$2,600.
So we're.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Any other complaints on your buildings or, how?
She didn't have that.
I didn't file for the house. I mean, the house, I asked for something to be lowered last year and they were nice enough to take that into consideration and now it's right back to where it was, but grapevine says you can't do it every year.
Do you guys have any other questions?
No.
There's nothing you can do in ag land. So who are my representatives?
your reps are probably, I would guess, be Latham and Hurst Thompson.
Thompson.
I
And then,
contact Hughes.
And then
He's
he's
been-
federal, but on state, your senators then would be Guth from Clemmy. I'm guessing.
And I can look online and get all that information.
Yeah.
Like, do you have it handy or not?
No, I don't,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
The auditor's office. would
Yeah.
probably be able to tell you that.
Yeah.
Since
Should give
you're
that
a
sheet,
voter
yeah.
registration. I
Yeah.
mean, I would think they would deal with both of these things.
Mhm.
And honestly, I have pretty good luck. If you actually call them, they'll answer your phone or call you back and you can tell them what's going on.
Have you called them?
I have, not about this, but I've talked to them about other stuff.
I mean, it's not a good way to go. You know, you can see a gradual, but you can't see the.
Yeah.
The slap you crazy.
So,
Okay, well, nothing you can do for me, so I'm gonna complain about my house. I'm moving. I'll let Brandon complain about it when I saw it, Mom.
there you go. All
I
right.
like your Twitch.
Huh?
Pretty cool.
I had to count my free one?
It's not free.
I know it's not. Well, maybe for us, it isn't. I don't know, my son. I need to talk to my representative from my area.
I would, I mean, that's.
Need to talk to Trish there, she's got a job
Yeah, and
to
truly,
take in.
truly, they, like I said, the ones I've talked to, and both Thompson and Guth have actually talked on the phone.
Yeah, they'll call you back.
They've been pretty good. Yeah, and then talk to your county supervisors, if, tell them not to spend as much too.
Sheriff, tell him to, we don't need fancy little calendars this year, but they pack them in the garbage.
Thank you very much for coming.
Uh-huh,
We'll
thank
send you something at the end of the month, so.
To tell me like, oh, that was fun.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Got a little break.
Anybody want to make a motion on that quick?
Hey, what do you do?
Well,
Yeah, what do you do? If,
if we do get some for her, we gotta just put all in kind
and you and I'll be in line.
of. Right, yeah. I mean, eventually you, yeah,
He's gonna have to.
but do you think eventually he'll farm or?
Oh, yeah. He's farming now.
He said he
He's
wants.
He's basically doing all the work.
Yeah.
And I don't know, I mean, he's giving his dad the money, but
Yeah,
I
so,
mean, his uncle is kind of in and out, or I would say a little bit, but he's got a lot on his plate with his dad doing that.
Yeah.
He does.
yeah.
So,
Okay.
Anyone want any dry french fries with no?
Put that on our list, bring ketchup.
Yeah.
So we usually had an hour to have lunch, so.
Yeah.
that house is tough.
Yeah, okay.
Candy, do you wanna take this home with you?
Oh, sure, you're not next.
No, I gave you your last year too, no, I don't want like.
Do you guys want to try to tackle one of these before Austin comes on?
I'm not too suggestive.
Okay.
I
that's
do.
good.
You guys tackle whatever you want.
Yeah. I'm sure you can tap them.
I know that. I know if you do the Peaceville one, we were talking about earlier that, you know. You can change some things on it. The. Basement condition or whatever you got there and then. That's you mentioning.
Right.
And then. Per square foot, there's a lot different. But it ain't gonna get down to what I don't think she's gonna. No, we can look, and we can have her look it up to see what it would say, but I don't.
Well prepared.
Yeah,
She had her stuff in line, didn't she?
she did 2 years ago too.
Yeah.
So I think with the information, it might be a little easier to run through, just cause she gave it to us, so.
So what happened 2 years ago?
Right, wasn't it her that came in 2 years ago? Yeah,
Where'd that end up?
We dropped it.
You lowered it
yeah,
for her?
we lowered
But
it,
then
so
it
she
ended
could
up going
afford.
back up.
She didn't go to court then either, did she?
Jenny Cecil, is that who you're talking about?
Yeah.
We ended up in Pab with her one time.
Not 2 years ago though, right?
No, probably
Okay.
not.
So before that,
Yep.
So on hers in
so if you look at,
22 is 450.
So we're gonna look at hers.
yeah,
If
All right,
you
let me go
look
to her
at that
page.
sheet I give you for comparisons, it'll tell you the differences on the ones she gave you. I think they're highlighted in yellow.
okay.
You know,
So if we ask, or if we do just what she asked us to do, to change the basement from high to average, I don't even know what that will do to the,
Where's the envelope from?
and then maybe,
there, then.
and then her
That has
grade
the
might be.
Okay.
Which one are you talking about?
Peaceville.
These very,
What does she do for a living? She's very meticulous.
you gotta
Okay.
change a bedroom and.
What's she ranked at, a 2?
No,
No, it's. Or no, it's,
2 minus
I like
10,
Courthouse ladies.
huh?
2 minus 10.
I'll take it.
You said the rooms are off, correct, the rooms to 4 instead of 5.
I've done that.
You already did that? Did that
Yeah.
change much?
Oh, it doesn't change anything,
Oh, okay.
nothing.
Well, at least we're getting the information,
Yeah.
right? So we can,
Well, that's
that
her.
eliminates one argument out of the way.
That's her opinion and that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't change the thing, so.
I did that.
So this is the one we.
So really the only thing that they could change, I mean, that she asked for would be.
So we're looking, this is the one where you did the square footage.
So that's already done for us.
Yep, so, but if we change that,
We changed the basement finish to average,
okay? What did that do for us?
took it to 561,880. Which is a $15,000 reduction.
Yeah, I don't know that we can get. To
Well, if we
their
use
comparative,
Who we doing?
270,
Peaceville, number
to
4.
start, and then take that off,
and then go down and take that times that, and they're the same. This one's.
Receipt key.
Look at the
Okay.
comps I gave you.
that's what we're looking at right now.
Okay, and it tells you, the ones I think she used, I highlighted in yellow at the top.
Mhm. Yeah,
And then it'll tell you the differences between the two properties.
Mhm.
so that. Fine.
But she said the 2040 was the closest to what she had.
Yeah, the Eagle Ridge, the 24 Eagle Ridge was literally the same house, and if you look at the.
That's a little bit less square footage, not much, but a little, which
And the
on
garage is due to the garages though, right? Because the garage.
the main square foot,
Oh, main square.
which is a $1,300 difference. A little bit different on the basement. Adding $340. Geothermal's $117, bath fixtures.
Well, how about if we take that 185, since theirs was smaller? And times it by whatever the subject is, how much is that?
Well, this tells you what her comp is, what the differences
Oh,
are.
that's true too.
The basement finish is, less in the 2040. That was $16,000.
What
Couple
about-
$1,000 in porches, $9,000 in decks. Fireplace minus 4,200. Attached garages was $5,900 more. The
What's the
two
grade on?
minus 10, they're both 2 minus 10.
So does that change with, due to the age of either one of them, if they're both 2 minus 10?
That is a $25,000 difference just based upon the square footage. Physical depreciation,
So the extra 30 square foot or 35 square foot make $25,000 difference.
yeah,
Well, the price of the square foot, so she got charged 301, where that guy got charged 272.
yep. But that. Because of the differences, it's not, like the basement finish wasn't as much. On the 2040. There wasn't as much for porches. Deck was another $9,000 difference. Attached garages was another almost $6,000. And the grade multiplier was $25,000 difference.
So the one to the left of that, 3001 is bigger. It's 150, another 225 square foot bigger, and it's got a deduction of $8,400 for the multiplier, and it's the same grade.
Well, it's comparing it to hers. And this one's a little higher.
Yeah, but why is the square footage lower, or the price per square foot is lower?
Well, it's kind of hard to explain, I guess. It's
Okay.
all, I think the land is also included in on that too. On that square footage. It'd almost be better if it wasn't, but it is. And when you have your land to building ratios different on every one, it's going to change your price per square foot.
Are we ready for Austin? He's here.
Yeah.
Come on in, Austin. How are you? Have a seat.
Good, how are you?
Have a
Sounds
seat.
like you guys are cooking in here.
No, Linda made us kind of work through lunch, so.
Oh, they got you when you were grumpy then, are you happy now, or?
Yeah.
Well fed?
Yeah, good thing you weren't the last person. Just kidding.
Okay, we got
Oh,
Austin Vincent, number 32, 1004 Timber Ridge.
Okay.
Right, you promise still truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right. Tell us what you got there.
I guess, I assume you got the paper in front of you that I.
We got it down here right now.
The thing I don't understand, I guess, is where the numbers come from, cause I got people in my neighborhood that went up 60,000, I got people in my neighborhood that went down 40,000, all these houses in my neighborhood were built within probably 5 years of each other. So that's where you talk to your neighbors and they're like, yeah, mine went down, my assessment went down, and I'm like, well, why did mine go up? It just seems like it's confusing on where the numbers come from my point of view. And I got an independent appraisal that I had done just for reference, cause I thought it'd just be interesting, no, I just got that.
I will take a copy though,
You can keep that,
but I want a copy too.
just to get somebody else's opinion. And it's at like,
Occasion, but 525.
yeah. So. I realize everybody has a different opinion, so
Right.
it's just good to get somebody else's opinion in my mind. But
That's true.
like from my point of view, if you wanna be honest, it seems like we throw a dart at the map and, that one's going up 50, throw a dart at the map, this one's going down 25. There just seems to be no rhyme or reason, and maybe someone can explain that. but that's just my point of view, I guess. And it seems like, I don't know, then you got you're another neighbor who's like, yeah, I went to the lawyer, and mine got lowered 200,000, so it's like. I don't know what the precedent is,
So you're right next to these folks there.
yeah,
Okay.
but like Bornhoff's across the road and, Minnicus, those are the two that I put it. Cause, well, maybe I put these felds too. Anyways, Bornhoff and Minnicus across the road went down. 9 went up. But then, yeah, Kevin Hyder's went up, these felds went up. Is there an explanation for that, or is it long-winded explanation that's too, that I'm not entailed to hear?
No, Linda can answer that for you.
I reviewed every house up there, and some of the higher end homes, as far as grading them, we grade them when we inspect them. I lowered some of the grades, so that's why some of them went down. And some of them that already had like a lower grade, then the others stayed the same. So that's why, and then they got the increase from the increase in the manual level that we had to put on. Everybody was revalued for depreciation. We changed the depreciation schedule. So to begin with, everybody went down. And then we had to revalue again, and that's when I adjusted the grades. And then we had to make the adjustment to the manual level to comply with the state's mandatory 95 to 105% sales ratio.
Yeah.
Clear as
Well, that
mud.
doesn't mean anything to me, yeah.
Yeah. I know.
How do you think yours compares to Minnicus's?
I would say it's fairly comparable. I mean, I've been in all these houses, I've obviously built quite a few of them.
Looks like Minnicus has a lot of brick veneer
Yeah.
versus yours.
But,
Does Minnicus have more brick on the outside?
yeah, that's probably as comparable,
Okay.
probably a little more maybe, cause his goes up to the,
1,005.
up the gable in the garage, I believe.
Oh, okay.
I was just saying his because he bought his in, looks like 2020.
And his is a walkout also. I don't know, like, I don't know why Bornhoff's grade would go down if that affected his, he's keeps
I
his
don't know.
yard like a golf course, and I'd rather have his horse than mine about most of the time.
So these.
I don't know, it just seems like they're all over the board in my mind. Which maybe there's a formula that you're explaining that doesn't mean anything to me without me digging into it.
It's not an easy explanation either. It's confusing.
The Mendicus is like a 2 - 5 and Austin's is a 2 + 5. What makes that difference?
That is our call when we inspect the house.
Yeah, so I'm asking you, can you tell me, looking at this
Well, we
comparison?
go through certain criteria and make a determination at that time.
Yeah, so I'm asking while Austin's sitting here, can you
Yeah.
tell me what's nicer about his place than?
I
Mendicus?
can't write offhand, no.
But 2 + 5, 2 - 10, is that a big difference?
Well,
And
it's a difference. Yeah, and it's a decision we make when we're inspecting. And we have certain criteria that we kind of check off as we're determining that grade.
Did you do a walk through his house?
Did we?
No, man.
Okay, no.
So do you have like high-end things in there or?
All those houses are comparable up there, well, their finishes, I mean, we built my house, Minik's house, Bornhoff's, Thiesfeld's. They're all, everything's comparable, interior wise, as far as finishes, quartz countertops, they all. I mean, all the houses in that neighborhood are fairly comparable when we're talking about
That agree.
finishes, nobody's putting in. I mean. We're kind of, I'd say there's a standard where most of them are, there might be a few that are up here, but nobody's. You know what I'm saying, it's all
Yeah.
kind of
They're all
fairly comparable.
quartz granite.
Yeah.
Veneer.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So I
Plank floor.
handed you a sheet of comparables. 1,005. You have nemesis, he says. Okay, 1,005 and 1,003. Okay.
I take it you went into the assessor's office and got your credit for your geo.
Yeah, I think I did that last time I was here and there's a homestead credit I think I did last time.
I think, yeah.
Could be.
If they were all equal. I still think they're probably overvalued, but when you have the difference between mine and my neighbor who's built, not like they're 20 years different built. It's just as shocking when your neighbors are going down and yours are going up significantly.
Yeah, they're not comparing.
I don't, it's not like I keep my house immaculate and it's just what everybody wants versus my neighbors who's shithole, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the price per square foot's a little opposite than that. When you look
Yeah,
at it from that
compare it,
perspective.
yeah.
Did you guys know where that big map went? How big
That
a ridge?
Hyder's had, that was Hyder's, he.
He took it with him?
He took it with him.
Oh, okay.
We have homestead sign for you. And when we're pricing your home, since we didn't get in it. Some of it's estimated, so.
So did you go in on the houses in my neighborhood, like
Mm-hmm.
Bornhoff's or?
Mm-hmm.
So which ones did you guess at? Let's just, well, he's sitting there, let's just ask him.
Well, we estimate it when we price it up.
By finishes is what?
Okay. so
You
then-
have 5 bathroom,
2.5 on the main floor and 1.5 in the basement.
so 4 bathrooms.
Let's see, building permit. Yeah, we went off a building permit.
Let's go through the schedule. That you actually are at.
One fireplace,
Yep.
5 bedroom.
So I think about this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bedrooms and there's a room that's a toy room, I guess, if you want to consider it a bedroom.
Is it in the basement?
Yeah.
Is it egress window?
Yeah.
So would you have a problem with Linda or someone from the assessor's office coming through or us as a board or something to?
I guess if that's gonna help, I don't know. I don't really trust anybody, to be honest with you. But, yeah, I guess,
Pull the part that's got the number of.
if you can tell me that when, if you come in there, the difference between. Yeah, 'cause I know it's comparable to the others in the neighborhood, if they've been in those and lowered them, then come on in and.
I mean. The ones that I've been up there, I guess. A few we've lowered, a few we've stayed the same.
So we gotta change one of the bathrooms.
That just kind of depends.
Cause he's at 4 instead of 5.
That come off the building, off the. Yeah,
Like bold blueprint up there. It was right there, you had it.
Yeah, I mean, we had one earlier today that we didn't know was 2-story.
Yeah, you
not building, man.
gotta go to main floor right there.
Oh. Okay,
Main floor. There's the master and that one on the right up there. There's a half bath right there by the kitchen. And there's 2 right there, that's 2.5. Main floor, and I go to the basement.
so our list. Okay. We have 1 standard bath, 3 fixture. 1 stall shower bath, 2 of them, 3 fixture. 2 toilet rooms. 1 extra lavatory. 2 extra sinks.
Is it 1 per bathroom? I don't know where you came up with the 5 bathrooms,
Those are like,
or what you're looking at
double sinks in the bathrooms or,
in the master double sink.
okay, that might be. Where it came, I don't know. That might be the extra lavatory.
But
We have
over there on the
17.
left-hand side, can you just change it back to 4 instead of 5 then, or?
Well. What? This one?
What's that say?
That's total rooms below. Grade. Total above is 6. What do you want me to change?
Well, I mean, it just, overall, we can have, if we've just determined that there's only 4 bathrooms. Then you got it down at 5, that's. Needs to be changed.
I don't know if it's. You know, what, if we're in there counting them. Or how they come off of the building permit or
Plan.
the plan, thank you.
I guess I just don't understand the grading and why. Maybe you were in the other houses and so
She's,
I don't know.
So born off of Minnicus are.
I don't know the formulas and all that. I just see the end value. It doesn't make sense to me.
If you change it to a 2 minus
That
5,
takes this one number without the land.
But that,
And then that.
whatever.
So look, the lot doesn't make a difference.
so drop it. The 653. Right number to look at.
I don't know.
Changing it from a 2 plus 5 to a 2 minus 5. Cause that's what that born off and Minnicus across the road are.
Which, so the 653 includes the land. I understand it's kind of hard to compare the land to another house. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
It goes off of a formula of the
I took
fronts.
Kevin's in yours, so Kevin's at 258 and you're at 310. Price per square foot,
Yeah.
that's
land
the
not
land.
included.
That is what the land, isn't it?
No. Nope. If I'm going by these yellow pages. You got the land and the dwelling priced separately on them.
Yeah,
You just divided your dwelling.
I divided the total square foot by your price and left the land out.
Where does that put you on mine then? I don't.
310.
What, if you took here, his is what?
310, so that's what I'm going off of, so. That, and then the total
Change.
square foot right in here, divided out, it's $310 a square foot. It's 258, and then he's at 250.
Did you do Minnecuses too? I did that too, but I didn't write that on the sheet. I got 4 kids and 17 other things to do. I didn't have time.
So you're not going to any ball games.
We just got that precedent.
I'll do this for you quick.
So my question is, these people, I mean, this is something that seems like we go through every 2 years. These people that go to the lawyer, is that the precedence that's been set and that you need to follow? Or how come, like, is that the thing, in my mind, is like, why don't I just go hire a lawyer and pay him whatever I gotta pay to save $2,000 for the next 50 years a year? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't understand why you gotta go hire a lawyer to get the right number when I feel like the court should set a precedence and that's what you follow. Am I wrong?
you don't have to go to, hire an attorney to,
Well, it sure seems like the people that do, it's, in my mind, it's worth it, cause the court's way low. I mean, $200,000 in valuation is a lot of tax dollars. That's just my point of view.
yeah. One thing.
I'm
would
not
help-
saying that's the next thing I'm doing after I leave here, but
One thing that would help it would have been if we would have gone through your home. And then make sure that all the information is correct and.
well, I feel like maybe that should be the step then. If I bring this paper here, then maybe you guys should call me and be like, hey, before the review, can I walk through? I don't know that. I don't even know that you guys do that.
Yeah,
Like, maybe that should be something to think about. If people wanna review, then you call every single one and say, can I come walk through it? How many reviews do you have?
What, 60 this year, 40?
44.
What, what?
47.
47 feels like 60.
160?
Hmm.
I don't know. I'm not trying to tell you what to do. I'm just telling you how I feel.
Yeah.
All right, you have any questions besides that for us?
No,
Anybody have questions for him?
So do you want like Linda or someone from her, right, her board to go through your house?
contact me. I'll think about it.
Okay,
I'll get a hold of you.
okay.
All right.
All right, thanks, sir.
Thank
All right,
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gotta get, yeah.
Yeah.
Could be another thing. Okay,
I gave you these, right?
for Jess?
Yeah,
No. You give,
for Austin.
yeah, for Austin, you.
I don't, yeah.
Jeff isn't out there
Of
yet?
course, the two that he has that he's compared to are lower. There's others on there that are comparable to his price per square foot.
I mean, the biggest thing like with Minnicus is that it is sold somewhat recent,
When did it sell?
2020.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, well, that's 5 years ago.
But we don't have many sales in that neighborhood. I mean, we gotta kind of use it.
And when it sold for more than what we had on it. I do remember that.
Minnicus.
Mhm. At the time.
Jess isn't
You're
here.
not out there.
Probably well, he hasn't been feeling it.
Oh, hasn't he?
What does it?
No, I just plugged in the.
Oh. Oh,
I didn't wanna ask him about ceilings.
yeah,
But we hear-
you hear about it.
Yeah, I can text him.
I think.
Is he got a?
Black.
Black, yeah,
Yep.
and I'll have a cane.
Yep,
Okay, that's him.
he just entering the door.
Okay.
Dixon? Oh, Mike, he might be in the auditor's office, yeah.
He was standing in there.
Yeah, it's changed, I suppose.
It's his tip.
Yeah.
Yeah, what, 2 months?
I don't know.
You guys want your change back?
No.
Okay. The county slush fund.
Yeah, big one.
We could get him riled up. They're too late.
Yep, oh, could you ever?
Oh, we could. Yeah, didn't get here in time. Gotta come back.
He's gotta come in every so often and harass.
Yeah. Blah, blah, blah.
He's funny.
He can be, but. He's on the shelter board, says, acting quite often.
Yeah.
Pretty good, you? Yeah.
Almost looks like a witness stand.
You're late, you gotta come back tomorrow.
Okay. I don't care, sorry.
Yeah. You gotta swear, you gotta raise your right hand.
Oh.
Go ahead and take a seat. Get started here.
I.
All right, so we're on Jeff Tepner and the petition number 39, 205th Street and Bode.
Yes.
Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
We're good, you can go ahead and
Matter
start.
of opinion.
Go ahead and.
You have to,
Yeah, I'm explaining myself.
Okay, got my appraiser back at $156,000 for the house. And I had people look at the house, come in and look, wanted to buy the house. The max that they was going to offer me was 70 for it. Because of the basement. The house is, the basement itself, boat had, back in 2008. Had, the sewer line right outside my house collapsed. And I had 6 feet of water come into my house. And that made the the north wall start to collapse. So I went and had that prop back up from anchor walls, came in to do that. But to do it, to do it the way that they really wanted, not they, but I had another company come in. They wanted to dig all the way around it and, put a whole water system in it, which I don't even have a sump pump in the house. Never had one, never had a problem. But I just think that $156,000 is too much for the little town of Boat. I don't think I can get that out of that house if I tried. And the thing is, I will do, if you guys wanna see the house, go inside, it's great. I have no problem.
When's the last time you would have been in town?
Oh,
Several years
when
ago
it
they were doing it?
when it was built, I suppose.
I had 2 appraisals. The first appraisal was way back when in 93. No, not 96, sorry. 93, 94, I think, was 44,000. The last one was 2000 and I'm going to be wrong with the number, I'm sorry. 2008, 2010, right in there. Came back 85,000.
So it looks like in 2022 was assessed value was 91,000. And then the next year we went up to 152,000. What was the big jump?
Revaluation year.
I got two people on the side of me, one person on the side of me, he built a brand new garage on his house. Now he has a 4-car garage, I mean. And his house, now his taxes went, just a little bit higher than mine. I just have a 2-car garage and haven't done any, building new things on my house. That's my house. $20,000 worth of siding on it.
Your basement's full?
No,
Full basement?
it's a full basement, but there's nothing down there. It's just,
No, the walls are finished, no concrete?
no, the concrete, well, of course, you know, it's concrete basement.
It's just like for furnace and stuff like.
Yeah, furnace and, water softener and all that.
What do you got it at normal or,
Yeah,
okay.
built in 1975,
What's the grade you have on it?
3 minus 10.
Okay.
You think it's below normal?
I just think it's
Too high.
too high. What do you mean grade minus 10? I mean, I don't know what you're
Well,
talking about, I'm sorry.
On condition, the condition of your house, do you think it's,
On the
It
condition of
doesn't-
my house right now,
it doesn't,
outside it's beautiful. But if you, the people who built the house did a crappy job and I keep having to get stuff repaired. But, no, I've estimate. I would say my house is at least, you know, 100 grand to 110. I don't think 156,000. I just don't think that's.
Change the. Yeah, why did that put it at?
134, 135.
So what if you just took it below average and then changed the grade to? Or normal? What'd that put it at?
Well, that's at 146.
So really, you have to change the below normal and then change the grade to,
I hate changing the grade all that, but. Yeah, let's see. Changing the grade to 4 minus 10, which.
What are a lot of the houses in both graded at?
and we sold
Probably in
the
the
house,
corner.
but I'm like, in their house.
So you sold a
Yeah,
house, you
sometimes.
sold a
But
house
they
in
don't
both,
have, like, the
Charlie
back
Thatcher's
factor,
old
like-
house.
Oh, yeah.
For like
absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah, they're at
110, something like that.
75%.
okay, 75%.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't sell Charlie Thatcher's house for 100 something, I know that much.
What's that?
Charlie Thatcher's house,
Yeah.
we sold that for 100 and some, that was to,
Oh,
I just don't know the exact name.
That was recent, right?
Just, last year.
How does that compare to yours?
How's that compare? Totally different.
I mean, newer, bigger,
I've never been in that house.
is that at 306 6th Street? Is that the one? Charlie? That's that's one I
are
have.
these the ones?
No,
Block from Main,
No, you don't have Jess's.
block from Main Street.
no, I don't. I only have one.
Okay.
This is the comp I have. Well,
Well. Years, how do you get it down?
I don't know exactly, but it's Sixth Street. I don't think it's Sixth Street.
Okay.
I'm on Fifth Street.
this is the one that came up on the search for a comparable. It's Mark Stiles.
Mark Stiles in Humboldt, Livermore.
Yeah,
Okay.
that one.
And I've been in his house.
That sold a few years ago, didn't it?
No, he still lives there.
He sold his company.
No, he still lives there.
No, I said he sold his company.
Yeah.
He doesn't do internet anymore.
Right.
Okay. That way, I think we have the same grade. Okay. Is it a Thatcher? For,
It was, that's who owned it. It was Thatcher. I don't know who
Oh.
owns it now.
oh, okay, so I probably won't be able to bring it up. Unless I knew.
I hate asking this and I'm sorry. Pat, do you know the person who owns the store in Bode?
Gigi?
Yeah, do you know who owns that? It's one of the co-owners, so I don't know.
I could look it up.
Which store?
Isn't that normal?
Gigi's, it was Norm's.
Oh, Norm's.
But one of the people,
He bought it
two
from
people
Norm.
bought that. Bought it from Norm and the one person, Bode has had issues with them taking them to clean up their yard.
Kimberly Holston or
Yeah,
David Eddington?
that's, oh,
Kimberly.
Kimberly sounds about right.
Polston.
Who's Lisa? Says Lisa Gigi Specials today.
Yeah, Lisa is the other owner, I think.
Okay.
But
Anyway, yeah.
I just letting you
Back to your
know.
house.
yeah.
So you're asking Elise to knock it down to 110? Is that what you're asking?
That are, I just think 156,000 is just a little bit out, for that house. If you go to 130, probably be okay. I'm just thinking, there's no way that I can
Of
get,
the business.
even, I don't even think it could go, if I had not had them come in and do an appraisal on the house, I don't think I would get $156,000 like you want.
It's 153, by the way. Or at least that's what I have.
I
Is that
got,
not correct?
I got 153,860.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So just so you know, it's 153.86.
Then where did I get the six at?
I don't know.
Being generous to us.
No, it says right on Beacon and, you guys saying it shows last year and shows this year at 156,000.
Huh? We can offer you 155.9.
Anyway, we have it down at 153.8.
Yeah, that's what it has in here.
Yeah, another little lot.
Well, this is Jess's writing. He
Yeah.
wrote it in you.
Did I say 153 on there?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Sorry,
Okay.
I didn't mean to lie.
Argue with yourself.
I'm sorry.
All right, well, anybody have any other questions for
No.
us?
Oh,
We'll get back to you.
No problem.
All right,
Thank you
thank
very
you.
much.
thanks.
Sorry for me being late.
That's all right.
I was working. and I
Traffic
got
from
that late.
Bode was backed up or?
No, I was working.
Sure. Try another one.
These two here know me too well. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thank
Have a
you.
nice day.
See ya.
All right, so we got
Got a break
15
now?
minutes.
Yeah.
So, is she out there already?
Yeah, she's there.
Okay.
Well, it's just
So we
pull
wanna
through
do
it
something probably with this one.
With Justice.
Yeah. I did tell him I was gonna.
You ready?
stay.
Yep.
Oh, she's here already?
Yeah.
Nice.
Thanks.
Oh, this is our phone. Okay.
How's it going?
Good. Not sure.
All right, so we're petition number 21. 1111 14th Avenue Southwest.
Correct.
All right. Go ahead and have a seat.
Yeah.
Promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
All right. Go ahead and get started if you want.
Okay, when I got my answer back on the valuation of the structure, it has that they want to put the shed at a value of $3,180. When that shed was moved in there, it is on pallets or skids, I guess I call them pallets. It is movable. Now, I don't know if somebody that drove by thinks the white rock there is cement. Because when we put it in, we followed all the codes to make it tax exempt. Almost
Okay.
5 years ago. And I was told by Linda that they were gonna start taxing any sheds any bigger than 100 square feet. Now, on description on an overview for the state of Iowa concerning sheds, it says in Iowa, a shed is not, if it is not permanently attached to the land, it is considered personal property. This means it is not subject to property taxes as real property, and it is not a fixture of the land. Personal property includes movable items like equipment, furniture. A shed is not permanently fixed. There's no electricity to it, nothing. We can take the ramp off, bring in a skid loader, put it under there, move it if we had to. I mean, it's personal property. It houses the lawnmower, the snow blower, stuff I take out to the cemetery every year.
Okay.
And we did nothing wrong when we put it there. We followed all the codes to make it tax exempt. It's sitting on white rock. And then I took some treated wood and cut it and put it around the pallet things to keep the critters out the best I could. Although I do see there's a spot, there's a rabbit getting in there. That is my first qualm with this whole thing. I don't know why, and it does say in this, when I looked it up on the Iowa Deal, the concept of grandfathering usually applies to an existing structure under specific conditions. It typically means that if a structure met certain criteria at the time of the structure, it is exempt from future tax increases or regulations. So, and I did ask Linda why if this is what they're going to do is start taxing these, ones that were put in before should be grandfathered in. And that to me would be quite simple by looking at when the permit was, gotten for the shed. That should be quite simple to me. So that's the part I wanted to address on the shed.
So it's 10 by 16, is that right?
Correct.
Looks like they charge 3,100.
And you just started that this year?
Yep.
So what is the ruling on if it's on skids, if it's movable up?
Well, they would just have one of those.
Yeah, let's see it different.
The other counties around us are picking them up.
Just started or?
No,
Nope. An LP tank.
Yeah.
Several counties are grandfathering them in.
This is Pocahontas County. We had sheds over 100 square feet. I believe it was in 2021. When Sue looked around on Beacon and added previous ones as well. When we come across it, if we've missed it, we list it. That's Pocahontas. Webster County adds them. Wright County adds them.
Is there guidance from the state that says that has that threshold of 100 square feet?
Oh, I don't know. That's what most.
I guess my question is the grandfathering the ones that are existing in, because we did nothing wrong when we put them there. Are we supposed to just haul them out now? And put in 10 by 10s? I mean, do I have to move it and put? I'll set two 10x10s side by side. I mean, and then what, 2 years down the road, we're gonna change it and go to an 8x10, then I gotta move them again and.
This
I mean-
is, I think you Googled that, I believe, your information.
Right, on the grandfathering them in. My sister lives in Mobile. Hers was grandfathered in, I can't remember what county that is, and that was 2 years ago. They grandfathered them in.
This on, we Googled it also, just to Google. it. And, this is Iowa code for assessing sheds. Portable sheds are generally considered to be accessory buildings to the main dwelling and therefore are treated as part of the residential real estate.
I mean, we have sheds in Humboldt that have electricity running to them, and they haven't been taxed for years.
Well, they are probably now.
But I mean, you know, before when they were addressed, because when we did the code, when we put it there, we followed everything to the T, no electricity. It can be just lifted up with a skid loader or whatever, forklift. It's sitting on rock. And why should the people in Humboldt not be able to have them grandfathered in?
It also says here, in Iowa, sheds are generally assessed as part of the real estate they are located on. The assessment is based on the fair and reasonable market value, meaning that a willing buyer, willing seller. Same as a house. If the shed is built by someone other than the landowner, it's still assessed to the landowner. Anyway, that's what we
What
have.
year is that from?
That was just done.
Just I mean, that.
Yeah.
Just
Do you have a picture
up to
of it?
date.
Hmm?
Do you have a picture of it?
And we made it look very nice, so it doesn't look tacky in the neighborhood.
It does look very nice.
I mean,
Your property does look nice.
because when we said we were gonna put a shed up, and when I got that shed, I painted the thing. Because when I got it, it wasn't the right color, blah, blah, blah. I painted, the neighbors were worried that people were gonna start putting sheds. And it would make the neighborhood look,
Did you have to get a building permit for it?
yes, I did. Yep, and he told us all the, 5 feet from the lot line, this, and we had it all measured out with stakes where we were gonna put the rock. I came up to the assessor's office to find out how big we could go to keep it tax exempt, the whole thing. Like I said, I don't feel we did anything wrong. I don't know
Well, you
why
didn't.
it can't be grandfathered in.
You didn't do anything wrong, Shirley.
I mean, to me, that's like, you build a house and then you change the codes on the house 3 years later, and the county's gonna say, well, you gotta change that and that and that, cause it no longer meets our code. I mean, I guess I don't, that's why they have the grandfather rule in there, in the state, for grandfathering stuff in.
Is there a grandfather rule?
Not that I know of.
The one I got off of the website, and I'm not sure what talks about the shed. And it talks about implications, let's see. About concept of grandfathering the stuff in, and this is when the county, it's talking about when Humboldt County may change policies, blah, blah, blah. Anybody wanna look at it? It's on the very bottom. They can grandfather them in. If something
That's
changes.
the AI overview that you're reading.
My printer's not
Does it
very
say,
good.
Like right
Humboldt
here,
County said it in Google 4 years ago in Humboldt County.
yeah, but right here it says AI overview,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
But that's basically what I feel that the shed should be grandfathered in. And then as far as the home value. Just a little over a year and a half ago, Beach bought the house at 1107 12th Avenue Southwest. And they bought him and can't remember the gal's name that, I don't know if they got married, but anyway. It sold for $417,500. With the size of the house, and this is just the dwelling part, I figured the square feet.
That's not on your petition about your house, right?
Well, I was talking about the whole valuation,
Yeah.
On the-
and your answer was it went up because of the shed.
Yeah. and but on
Well,
your
part of
petition,
it went up because of the shed.
You've got 3,180 for storage shed, and that's what you filled out your petition for.
Yeah,
Okay, but my original petition
This
was for the whole
this is all we
evaluation.
have.
Okay, so you're saying I can't,
Is that what you turned in?
and it talks about the whole evaluation. No, that's the second one. That's the one for you guys. The original first one, where she did a response, where Linda did a response
Oh, that was an informal.
on the
Review,
informal.
right.
Yeah, I did not know I had to put everything
Well-
back on the second one.
When I responded to that, $3,000 of that was the shed. And then when you removed that, your increase was in line with everybody else's in the neighborhood.
We're still at the highest percentage.
Well, with the shed.
No, without the shed.
Mm,
As you start, I've got some comparisons here without our shed. With just the house, not the land included in them, because the land kind of varies up there. And like the beach house is sold for $206 a square foot. Ours is valued at just the house, no shed, $223. Old Pimes is valued at $217. We're still the highest on the square footage on the one, and I'm taking the ones that were built the year basically right around when ours was built. And ours is the least square feet of all of them. Ours is under 1,700 square feet.
You guys have any questions? All right, we'll take a look at all that and we'll get a decision back to you.
Okey-doke.
Thank you.
Can I have that one?
Yep, pretty good. There you are. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Streets and gutters.
Didn't we, oh, no, that's true.
oh,
On the sheds.
mhm.
No, the house.
Oh, yeah. we changed them. Yeah.
So they're really
What was
good,
the ruling that we did last year?
grandfather thing.
Yeah, it seems like we dropped it.
Thing.
I thought we did too, right?
Where would she have to go to ask?
I mean,
Well, she
if
Googled
you
it.
drop just the shit.
I mean, who would she
What
want?
is that? What's that? If you drop just the.
I don't know.
22,
I know, I don't.
25,
Yeah, that's what I was wondering is,
Drop the shit.
has that happened before?
Cause I don't feel, if we did it, if we dropped it
Well, I
last
mean,
year, if we dropped it
You've
out
heard
last
over
year.
years or something.
Then, you know, also we're not gonna do
Yeah.
it this year.
Must have been specific code.
I don't know
written
that we
down.
could do anything with house when the petition just
Yeah.
states that. I think our hands are tied.
Yeah.
The bad thing with the AI overview is my daughter was looking up stuff about turkeys the other day. And the AI overview said the baby turkeys feed off the mother. I don't
What?
think that's the way that works.
No.
Yeah. Yeah.
You better start
So,
raising them, they might be
yeah,
valuable.
Yeah, the AI isn't always right, but and it's in general terms, what does grandfather mean?
Yeah.
It doesn't
not-
mean it's
and
Humboldt
We're
County.
talking about the concept.
Yeah.
She said,
Do we do that for everybody?
what,
Charge sheds now? on
we do
everything?
now, yeah.
And that
And
started
just
when?
because, and then,
Just
all-
this year?
what is the reason for that? Just because other counties are doing it?
Oh, that's one reason, yeah.
I kind of figured if they had to get a building permit, it was
Uh-huh.
kind of taxable.
Yeah, the Department of Revenue picks them up when they do appraisals, so.
If it was truly a portable building, would they have to get a building permit?
No.
Yeah, maybe, I don't know.
Humboldt, the city might make you, but I don't know, the city makes you get a building permit to do anything, right? I mean, to do any
Yeah.
anything onto a house. I mean, even adding a window to a deck,
They didn't have
that's a city
something
ordinance.
That's
This town
Livermore.
could
That's
be,
Livermore.
Oh, okay, well, yes, Livermore, that's the way it is. We have to have a building permit for every.
it could be a Amos.
Yeah.
So,
Exactly.
Oh my
we really
God,
do. Then Bode, they don't have building permits at all.
no.
Yeah, I have to buy a
So,
permit
I
to do
mean, it's
anything.
from here to there.
Right.
Some towns require, some towns don't. Some require, just depending on what you do.
Right, but does that go into consideration for how you assess things? Because some cities,
Nope.
some cities do this and some cities do that. You just have to prod it all the way across.
But there's, she was talking about, well, if it's 100 square feet, there's no thing saying square footage, is it? In
No.
Humboldt County? No, if it's a shed, it's a shed.
Yeah,
Is that what you're kind of telling us?
but we go by the 100 square feet.
You
Yeah.
do, so if it was under,
Then
we
it does,
just forget it.
right, yep.
We will
If-
note, we'll take a picture of it when we're
Yeah.
out driving and we notate it. So that we don't call the people again next year and say, and
okay,
double up again and bother
So
to say that.
like
You know,
what she
hey,
said,
so you picked up.
if she has
a
to put
shed.
in 100 square feet, she had to get under being taxed, that's what,
Right.
okay.
Can she put up 10 by 10 buildings?
That
and
would
on-
be a city thing,
With, if they'd allow her,
right?
okay.
The
Yeah,
neighbors. would
yeah,
love
if you
to.
wanted to put up,
Yeah,
if they,
but the city probably won't give you a permit to let you do it.
Yeah, probably.
But
I
I do
doubt
kind of
it.
understand, her thought process of grandfathering.
Yeah, I get it.
You know,
yeah.
because. I mean.
Well, she went 4 or 5
Okay,
years.
so we're gonna rule on that?
Right,
Then,
so-
Yeah, if somebody wants to make
Let's,
one.
we gonna rule on that then? Or do you guys wanna wait?
let's do something.
Yeah, if somebody wants to make a motion.
There, how would you put it? There's no grandfather clause enforced in Humboldt County.
Well, the assessor read the state rules, and under the state rules, it says that, they can tax that building. I mean, it's right there it's right there in the state rules, you just read it.
And,
So,
and it came down from the state, it's not like Linda's out there picking
Read that
on
again,
people,
would you, Linda?
although most people say that, but.
yeah.
Will you
What's
read
that?
that again?
and besides that, if we're doing it across the board, then we're doing,
Right,
fair, but it's all fair. So, if you change one, you have to change them all.
We'll have
So
to
how many
send out a
next year are we gonna have come in?
Well, have you sent out a postcard?
Yeah, everybody with the shit.
This came from what, I think Carly Googled it. Iowa code for assessing sheds. And it's kind of long. In Iowa, sheds are generally assessed as part of real estate. They are located on the assessments based on, market value.
So, right
If the
there,
shed is built by someone other than the landowner, it's still assessed to the landowner. In this, did I read that?
so, make a motion to leave it as it is.
All right, is there a second?
And it's because
Because of state
the
codes
state,
and,
Department of Revenue has pretty much said this is what's happening.
due to the fact you have to have a building permit.
Yeah.
Meets all qualifications to be assessed.
Yeah, I'm almost kind of surprised she could have one up there in a way. But I guess evidently she can.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passes.
Okay. You got time to do that?
Do you want me to say anything about the grandfather?
Well, I wouldn't, because we couldn't find nothing under.
There is no Humboldt County.
And unfortunately, I think if you mention that might open up doors for other people to, and if we can't find it, then.
The reasons that are built into the computer program when I type the notices are very simple.
The board has changed the assessment. The board has not changed the assessment. I mean, it's very, and that's what it types on the notice. The minutes I type more specific, but.
No, I don't think we need it.
There's nothing in place for grandfathering in anything in Humboldt County.
Well,
Fairly, I think it was fairly assessed.
I mean,
First came and she told me,
It's pretty big.
don't do
Shed.
that in
It's nice.
Oklahoma
Landed.
County.
Uh,
Correct.
electricity for-
Then you check,
Yeah.
Okay.
I
Well,
love you.
they do,
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
Mhm.
Well, that was probably some done first from
Let me ask you a
years
question.
ago that was able to.
If
do
they
that,
would've-
yeah.
If they would have added an extra garage, would that have been taxed as the same as the shed?
No,
No more.
it'd be more. Yep.
Well,
I think she went.
Stacy Marker here. Come in. Stacy. We're ready for this.
how's it going?
guys,
All right, we have, petition number 42. 46 River Oaks. All right, we'll start by swearing you guys in. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You do.
All right, go ahead and give us your info.
Okay, so the assessment, for the next year is the 674,140. I guess more than anything, wanting just explanation on how that value has come up. Taking a look at other properties in the community, in town, the valuation seems excessive. Taking a look at some that were also built in 2020, their values are 215, whereas ours is like 274 square foot. I provided multiple examples, I guess, in the attachments that I sent you guys, if you had a chance to look over them ahead of time today. There are a couple of houses that were built in 2018. Where their cost per square foot is substantially less. Yes, the Lawman residence, theirs is $143 a square foot compared to ours. That was built in 2018, has almost 1,000 more square foot, if not more, yeah, 3,688 square foot of total living area. Where ours is 2254. So substantially different. We're not in town, so we're not using city infrastructure. We maintain we have our HOA out there for our own road. We don't have city or county.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay.
We won't let that take out of your time.
Okay,
Probably have.
we don't have, we're not using city infrastructure, we're not using city infrastructure, so our taxes. Property taxes, which are used to maintain the roads in town, we don't have that. Same with septic, well, like we have our own septic, our own well, we're not using city water sewer. So I guess there's just a large discrepancy and I don't understand. I just want somebody to make it make sense because it doesn't. Lashes was built in 2020, same years as ours. There's, when you calculate cost per square foot on just the dwelling is 215 a square foot. I mean, I can go through all these attachments if you want me to. You take a look at somebody in town who lives in Eagle Ridge property. Their cost per square foot is 232. Again, ours is like 274. We're not using city infrastructure. It does not
Are
make
you
sense.
inside the city proper, or city?
No, that's,
The River Oaks is out here and go to.
What's that?
East of.
River Oaks is right out here in the corner on County K.
yep. But again, not using city infrastructure. I'm not negating the fact that, we shouldn't pay our fair share of property taxes to help with emergency services and things of that nature. But it doesn't make sense. An opinion, just because you think it's somewhere that people desire to live, is not fair market value. Take a look at code. It talks about fair market value. what somebody's willing to pay. I take a look at the assessed values. I pulled the assessed values, or the sales from 2024 and calculated the cost increase for homes that sold over the assessed value in 2024 and what they were assessed, their percentage increase. Why is ours 13% and some of those 2%, 1% when they sold upwards of 20 to 30% higher than the assessed value? That is the definition of fair market value. That is who you can charge more if you want, but it doesn't make sense.
I guess on a macro perspective, so we're talking about micro perspective being our own property, but we feel a little bit of responsibility too, that, if we let this one slide by, then it becomes a benchmark and then we can use this one to compare, the searches. And now we can compare that one to the next one that we want to raise up and the next one. And if you keep on letting that raise, then eventually you're gonna have lawsuits, and then the lawsuits are gonna dictate and justify what you guys can do. And then that also costs the county a lot of money too, as far as lawsuits and taxpayer money too. So just a 10-minute meeting doesn't take too much to justify coming in and stating our case on why the cost per square foot benchmark should be kind of regulated a little bit, so we don't get in a stepping stone match of everyone just hyperinflated. When in the reality things, if taxes are lower, typically more things get built.
Taking a look at the sales in 2024, I think the highest was 419.9. Now take a look at 2023 for a brand new house in Eagle Ridge, it was 555. Again, that makes sense. Ours does not make sense. I just want somebody to make it make sense.
I remember last time we talked, fairly standard construction.
Yeah.
Not opulent.
No, I mean, our kitchen cabinets, we ordered online on a HGTV website.
Yeah, okay.
$12,000.
I did the trim,
remember.
it was pretty sharp blade, but I did, it's like, as far as like. Yeah,
not
because the
excessive.
last time I think we were fighting like, it was.
High-end finishes.
Yeah, decorated high-end
right.
finishes and bricks front, it's like, no, we used gemstone, which is a foam product, a cheaper product.
Has anything out in that circle been sold?
Yeah.
Yes,
What
it's
was that?
it's in the exam.
This
Yeah,
is
it was
the
provided.
reason. Here's the historical information on River Oaks. River Oaks, median was at 83%. Now it is at 95. And that's the 83% is basically why theirs went up more.
So you're saying they sold for 83% of
The median is 83%.
Which is how many sales?
It's 3,
3 sales,
but it's still an indication of what's going on out there.
Okay, so there was a house out there that was listed over 400,000, or wait, yeah, 455, that's attachment 6B that was put in there.
So if you look
Sold
at,
at 455, or listed for 455, sold for 385. To me, that's fair market value, and then their
I'd have to
assessment.
look at that sale to see
Yeah,
if
but it's
it was
great.
an arm's length.
Yeah.
Exactly.
so yeah, it's 5 bedrooms, 3.5 bathrooms.
Jonathan Reed bought it.
So that's a comparable sale. And it was 385,000, 21 River Oaks. So it'd be on page. Oh, shoot, I put mine. This is. Yeah, 21 River Oaks.
Yeah.
Should be the-
Right, so that's right, yeah.
And that's-
With that one. But that's where like cherry picking, that's a percentage on such little sales, because there's not gonna be much sales out there anymore. Because as development areas increase, the initial phase of the development's gonna be
How about-
there, and then it's gonna limp in, if there's a house just out there.
Well, Lawman is, again, I wanna know.
21 River Road?
Yep.
Yes.
Like, I did my
Sale, we were
homework
at
for a
100.
reason. Because
Really appreciate it, thank you.
like attachment 4. I make that one make
The
sense.
ferry one they're talking
Oh,
about, we
okay.
had it assessed at 386 and it sold for 385. So we were at 100.42 on that sale.
Say that again, Janita.
You're talking about Reed's.
The ferry sale
Loman, so that's a new.
was sold for 385,
I gotcha.
36.
and we had a value of 386. So we were at 100, right at 100%.
It doesn't make sense. It's over $100 difference.
Yeah.
We're not fighting that theirs should be changed.
We
We're
want
fighting that
ours.
ours changed because ours.
Loman's is 143 a square foot compared to our 274. That doesn't make sense.
Cause if you go through neighborhoods and you do the comparables of percentage changes. Yeah, I mean, you can just go through that with each neighborhood and development, and then you can kind of pluck out, okay. Why is this one so much higher and this one so much lower when the rest of them are just 1%, 1%, 1%, 2% changes, and then all of a sudden you'll get like a 12%, or in some neighborhoods, like a 48%. And so that's where the justification is like, we have the evidence to help back our understanding of price per square footage. Now we just need rebuttal evidence on why,
I think.
if our assessed value is. If our assessed value is at that price, then yeah, we'll gladly take a check for that tomorrow, but just being, dealing real estate. Fair market value is fair market value.
And the
And the
historic
comparables
sales
are there.
don't support it, that value. They don't. I mean, and if you take it, like I went out to the Iowa State Association of Assessors, took a look at what market value was. The methods generally referred to as market value, that's considering, taking a look at sales ratio studies to determine the general level of assessment in a community. Again, you don't have the sales to support our assessed value is the biggest thing. It's like the sales comparison approach. When we were in here in 2023, we submitted an appraisal. It was 15 months old, so it wasn't the 12 months, so it wasn't taken into consideration. However, on the assessor's page, it says it takes 18 months for you to come up with these values. So then, to me, our 550 would have been correct, what we thought would have been in 2023. I mean, basically, it comes down to code talks about fair market value. So I feel like this discussion is just.
It's arbitrary, but I mean, if we can't find a basis for a definition of fair market value, which. There isn't a great definition for fair market value, so there is some leeway for justification, but. But yeah, then you do comparable sales, then it's just like, well, just put us close to the comparable sales, like, we're not asking to be the lowest one out of the ones that we compared, but.
But I do think when you take a look at like Reed's up in Eagle Ridge, the reason I looked at theirs was because they were built around the same time frame. They've got a finished basement, just trying to take a look and just be realistic. But even their cost per square foot is like $230. I have it in here.
232, I believe.
Yeah, so, they're using city infrastructure. Again, it just drives home to that whole, I mean, when you take opinion out of it, take a look at fair market value and what the data supports, and it doesn't support 674. Otherwise, I feel like I'm beating a dead horse, saying the same thing. Like I said, we did our homework. We tried to give you guys as much evidence as possible to, see our point of view and where we're coming from, but I don't know what else to say other than that ours just feels unjust.
You guys have any questions? No. Okay, she gave us all the information and.
All right. Well, we appreciate you guys' time.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think subject to rule.
Hmm?
Subject to that rule,
Rural.
yeah, your rural tax. Because they're not in the city limits. If they're using well and septic,
They're rural.
then they're not in your,
Right.
they don't meet city
Right, they're rural.
precedents, so then they go under rule, right? So then
Right.
the tax code for rules change.
No,
It's the
not
same,
really, don't, yeah. And granted, there's only 3 sales out there, but it's still an indication. And when we do our revaluation, we go through this, the areas that have had sales. And, make a determination whether to adjust those more or less or whatever. So that's why theirs went up a little more. Because they were at 83 and now they're 95.
But
And I can't remember how
there was a sale for 443, right down the street from them.
well, it could be, I don't know, but we had sales,
Well, that will be, if that's true though, that's not good, all right? I mean,
Well-
we're,
that sale was probably low too for the property. I don't know that for sure, but because on here, our median was 83 before we made any adjustments. Was the good sales that was the 3 good sales that we had.
So you're saying the appraised value, your value of the house is 83% of what it sold for?
Yes. Yeah, for 3, the median of 3 homes. They were probably all different, but
Yeah.
they, equated to the 83%. And now they're at the 95%. Let me see. The ropes, I didn't have a map
aren't they
area.
highly assessed?
So now they're at 95 with those 3 sales. The low end of the spectrum where we're supposed to be. I don't know, 3 sales isn't much to go by, but it's what we have to
Yeah,
work. It's what we have to work with,
Right.
and that,
And none of them have sold that high, right? We haven't hit over 450 anywhere in this city, right?
450,000, oh yeah, in the city,
In the last year?
yeah,
In the last year.
oh yeah. But this is rural, so, and I don't know. People like rural, I guess. I like rural, I'm rural residential.
Around the outskirts.
I'm on the outskirts. I do
But you
like that
tax- but are
RP
you-
road though.
But you tax different for rural than you do city, is that correct?
No. Well, your levy's different, your levy's lower,
Because you're not using city utilities.
right,
And the taxes that you're paying, the property taxes are for city and county use, right?
well, the taxes that the rural pay are
That's
not
county
paid,
use.
right. And schools and,
That's where we get our big hit.
yeah,
And
yeah,
she's at the rural,
pardon me,
they're at the rural.
right. And not like
Okay.
mine, where I live, I think my levy is like $27 a thousand. Whereas in town, it's like 37, 38. So it's like $10 a thousand difference. And I don't know what Grove Township is without looking it up. I think
But,
there's.
yeah, but in the long run, it's like,
Mhm.
okay, so I have city utilities, and so I don't have to ever have my,
Right,
anything pumped out, I don't have to worry about
yep.
when I go to sell it. Having to put in the septic,
Septic, yeah,
you know what I
yep,
mean?
yep.
It's like, okay,
You pay
so,
more,
yeah, you pay more, but do you really? I don't know.
yeah. Let's see what.
You have to leave, right?
130, I do have. A couple things I wanna bring up. One was, Dallas Clark, remember we talked about that? We didn't do anything with his. Do you think we should? I mean,
His house or the
Mhm.
condo he's living in?
no, the house,
Because we did,
We already did the house.
not on Dallas's, did we?
Yeah, cause that's where we got the pictures of the pool.
A few years.
That was
We
the
don't-
argument, that
I
was the
don't
argument
think
with the
there's
pool.
any, overbuilt factor on it.
Well, we have voted on it, because
Decided
that's where the
that
pool thing
you
came.
probably-
He didn't do a petition and we don't have any.
No, No, he did not.
So,
He has not,
yeah,
But we did one for somebody else, and that was when Linda said she would look at Dallas.
right.
Yeah, but we did
No.
Dallas. I know we did Dallas.
We
No, I
talked
don't
about
think we
that.
should look
I don't
at
know if
that
we
because
did.
then that's gonna open a whole
that's,
new.
if you wanna change it,
No.
that's your own deal,
If
obviously.
they want it, they petition,
Okay.
just like everyone else.
Whatever you desire.
No, then we're gonna have 400 people in here, you know.
Well, and just like Rowdy's, we didn't let her talk about her house because. she-
You know, we have to have
Also,
set, boom.
here's your
and stuff like that.
differences between the Malos and Harpers that you wanted. You were wondering why one was higher than the other.
Yep,
And when do we meet again tomorrow?
Yeah,
Okay.
9 o'clock.
9 o'clock, okay.
Mhm.
and it looks like we have people scheduled for 10:30, is that right?
Or something like that.
And then after that, we have the rest of the day to.
Yeah.
Get through.
Mhm. And if you wanna take this and look at it. That's fine for whatever you wanna do, but this shows you the differences between
Yeah,
the two properties. One of them for the Malos, they have a. How big is that?
That garage in their backyard.
Yep. That's $65,000 difference. 66,000, so
I make a motion to adjourn.
that sounds good.
Second?
I can second that.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, so we'll come back tomorrow and hammer it out.
Yep, should be able to get done tomorrow, don't you think?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Easy enough.
We're going to.
We're going to- Whether JD likes it or not.
JD wants to get.
We're gonna stay here till midnight if we have
Okay. And then I'm gonna have to have supper too.
to.
And it's not gonna be driving fries with no ketchup. Yeah,
Your own condiments, well.
you just wait until I see that too. Oh, and give him also.
Give him a bad
Yeah,
hand.
yeah, yeah.
You're just gonna leave all this stuff here, right?
I think it should be okay.
That's, I think it's the same, yeah. Actually.
So what time's our first one, 9:15? No? Okay.
But we start.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, and Dana will do a reminder text again.
But it gives us
That's how
information.